d'Argenteuil, la petite nation va nous mener dans le chant de l'hymne national.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras c'est porter l'épée et c'est porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on God for these. Oh Canada, we stand on God for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statement by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, the inexplicable actions of the Iranian regime that led to the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini and the brutal violence it's perpetrated on its people has led to a watershed moment in history. People in Iran have said that enough is enough. Iranians protested and rallied in BC, across Canada, and around the world to demand change. They're demanding freedom, they're demanding justice, and they're demanding that women's rights be respected. And Canada has answered. Individuals that are responsible for this tyranny will find no safe harbor in Canada, and non-Canadians will be expelled. Ill-gotten gains of these individuals in Canada will be seized and frozen. And Canada will continue to stand with and do everything we can to keep the Iranian-Canadian community safe as they and the brave children, women, men in Iran and around the world courageously stand up for basic human rights. Zan, Zandegi, Azadi.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Mr. Manny Jules, a community member and incredibly distinguished leader. He has dedicated his life to public service and the economic and social advancement of Indigenous peoples across Canada. Mr. Jules served as Cookbee, or chief, of Tecumloops to Secwepemc for 16 years, and in 1988 led to the amendment to the Indian Act so that First Nations could levy taxes on reserves on property. He also helped create and serve as the chair of the Indian Taxation Advisory Board and was a visionary behind the current First Nation property tax system. He was instrumental in the First Nations Fiscal Management Acts, and he was the first First Nations Chief Commissioner since 2006. I admired Mr. Jules as a young man as I watched him from a distance. Getting to know him has been my honor as an MP. Receiving a blanket from him is something that I won't soon forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, hey! The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honor Before Glory is a moving documentary and important piece of Canadian history directed by Anthony Sherwood regarding our nation's one and only all-black military battalion that was formed during World War I. The plot is based on the diary of Captain William White, sharing the story of the segregated battalion that allowed black men who had previously been turned away by recruiters to enlist in the military. In honor of Remembrance Day and in partnership with my friends and colleagues, the Minister of Defence and Oakville Councillor Jeff Knoll, as well as Film.ca Cinemas, we will be screening the documentary in Oakville on November the 9th at 6:30 p.m. I'm thrilled to be joined by the Director and the Minister of Defence for conversation following the screening. There's no cost to attend this event, but space is limited. Visit the link tree in my social media to reserve your ticket. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Leandre Dion, a proud Quebecer from my region, passed away on October 29th. He was a member for the PQ for Saint-Hyacinthe in the National Assembly from 1994 to 2007, and he stood with major Quebec political personalities during the 1995 referendum. Léon's involvement in his riding is exemplary. He was what we could definitely call a man who was close to his community. His most important heritage is having played a major role in the creation of the Veterinary and Agri-Food Biotechnology Hub in Saint-Hyacinthe. And he was given the award for the hub in 2018 to underscore his commitment to the agri-food industry in my region. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer my sincerest condolences to his family. We are all mourning because he did not get to see his dream come true, and that is what we're going to work for so that Quebec will become finally a country.
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking with farmers and other people in my riding who are worried about floods, droughts, violent storms that are all caused by climate change. And that is going to increase input prices permanently. We need cooperation here in Canada as well as globally because the federal government's carbon pricing does not apply to provinces that have their own carbon pricing systems, such as Quebec and BC, as well as Newfoundland and Labrador. But it ensures that there is a level playing field for everyone and that together we can meet our international commitments to our children. Do the Conservatives of these provinces realize that by opposing this federal legislation, they are working against their own interests? A responsible federal government adopts a pricing approach that will guarantee fairness from coast to coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Next week is Veterans Week, and on Friday, November the 11th, we will finally be able to meet in person to honor our veterans at Memorial Park in downtown Oshawa. Hundreds of my friends and neighbors will be in attendance as we get back to our regular services. I want to thank my local Royal Canadian Legion branches, 43 and 637, as well as our military service clubs and the City of Oshawa for their coordinated efforts in organizing this year's ceremony. I can proudly say that in Oshawa, Remembrance Day is like none other across Canada. We welcome all to join us for this spectacular event as we even have tanks on parade from our very own Ontario Regiment Museum. This is a time we stand together, humbled, and reflect upon the sacrifices of those who have laid down their lives so we can live free. And as we know, freedom is not free. I am thankful for the work of our great community leaders in organizing this ceremony, and I look forward to paying my respects. Lest we forget, Mr.
Lest we forget.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, for the town of Oromocto, my hometown, Remembrance Day is more than just one day in November. It's a way of life. Our town is home to the second largest military base in our nation, as well as one of the highest concentrations of veterans and service members in Canada. For us, honoring the people who have given their lives in service to Canada is a constant commitment. It's the fabric of our community. Today, walking the streets of Oromocto, you'll see banners hanging from the streetlights that share the names and stories of men and women who have served our country. We are extremely privileged to be able to call this glorious land home, while so many people across the world are still fighting to keep and protect theirs. I invite all Canadians to reflect on the service of the ones who sacrificed their lives, who fought for our collective and individual freedom, for the rights that we hold so dear, for this beautiful country. Je me souviens, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, November is Indigenous Disabilities Awareness Month. And many may be surprised to know that Indigenous people have 3 times higher rates of disabilities than your average Canadian, many times without the support that many Canadians enjoy. Yet they are some of the most resilient, kind, and humble people in our communities. Mr. Speaker, one particular constituent comes to mind. I'd like to acknowledge Keenan Denny, fondly known in the Mi'kmaq community of Eskasoni as Jinko. Despite having been diagnosed with BBS at the age of 15, Jinko has never let his disability stand in the way of his daily walk with use of a cane to pick up the mail or visiting neighbors while fundraising for the National Institute for the Blind. And Mr. Speaker, from time to time, Jinko may fall, But Mr. Speaker, he always gets up and he knows he has a community that supports him, and so will our government, who I'm proud to stand with as we put forward the first ever federal disability benefit in Canadian history with Bill C-22. For all of the resilient Indigenous people with disabilities in Canada, November is our time to recognize you, appreciate you, and ensure that we take the necessary steps to help you. Willan, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP coalition have placed the financial well-being of Canadians on hold when they chose to vote against our Conservative motion to cancel the carbon tax on home heating. Yet the leader of the NDP posted the following: a cold Canadian winter is coming, and this year the home heating costs will grow up to 50 to 100% for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, this is hypocrisy at its finest. The NDP leader collects signatures to allegedly make life more affordable for families, but votes with the Liberal government to triple taxes, including those on home heating. We said it before, and I repeat it again. Canadians cannot afford the costly coalition between the Liberals and the NDP. Enough of two-faced politics. They must stop printing money while claiming to fight the cost of living crisis in this country. To keep Canadians warm this winter, the Prime Minister and his NDP caucus must commit to no new taxes and no more spending. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to underscore the 50th anniversary of a pillar of Hochelaga Maisonneuve, the Maisonneuve Cultural, Social and Educational Community Centre. Since its beginnings, the centre is focused on the cultural, social and educational development of all of our community. At the time, it was a pioneer because it actually provided cultural and social welfare for these people. The economic difficulties meant that leisure activities were not within everyone's reach, and during that time, this centre enriched the lives of young people and adults alike through dance, sports, and arts. It's as if this organization followed us from our childhood to our retirement. And so I was able to present a certificate and a medal. Thank you to these people who are... And so I'd like to thank all these people who were volunteers throughout its history, which was so good for the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Huron Bruce.
Hey. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. When these Liberals spend, it's Canadians who pay. Shame. Hard-working Canadians pay through crushing inflation on groceries, filling up your vehicle, and heating your home. The Liberals have added more to Canada's debt in 7 years than all the governments combined in its 150-plus year history. And with all the Liberal spending, is our country further ahead? No. It seems everything the Liberals are responsible for is broken. Instead of investing, the Liberals have wasted your hard-earned dollars. For example, $54 million on the ArriveCan app that should have cost $250,000. Shame. So the next time you go in for an overtime shift, you work an extra shift on the weekend. The next time it seems like you're working 7 days a week to get ahead. Just remember one thing, you deserve better. You deserve a government that will cut government waste and respect your hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, if the government would have actually managed their accounts, maybe they wouldn't need to triple the carbon tax on Canadian people. The NDP leader in the government's costly coalition is attempting to cover up the mistake he's made by supporting the government's tripling of the carbon tax. Now he's asking for the government to remove the GST from home heating bills. This government continues to bring Canadians to their knees as they increase taxes. The cost of living is through the roof. Credit card debt is through the roof. Mortgage interest rates and the cost of food are through the roof. This is a record-breaking government for all the wrong reasons. Not to mention the $54 million the government wasted on the ArriveCan scam. The NDP can't do one thing and then do another. Their blatant hypocrisy is unbelievable. If they want to cut taxes, why not start with the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's often said that 50 is the new 40. However, when it comes to safe, standardized breast cancer screening, starting at age 50 for Canadian women is simply too late. Current screening standards aren't meeting the reality of what Canadian women need when it comes to early detection. A recent report by Statistics Canada showed that growing rates of women are facing late-stage breast cancer when screening is only accessible at 50. Numbers jump again for women who are racialized, marginalized, or from rural and remote communities. As federal members, we can be leaders in empowering women to access early detection no matter what province across this country. We all know someone, mothers, daughters, sisters, and aunts who have bravely faced breast cancer head-on. For me, it is my constituent and friend, Sheriff Barber. She has been an incredible advocate for our York Centre community and now for women from coast to coast to coast facing breast cancer as she battles for her own life with 3 children at home. With an entire community behind her, I ask women across this country to stand up for women, to meet standards at the age of 40, to be screened safely for their health and for the health of all Canadian women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry declared that Canada has carried out a genocide 3 years ago. Indigenous Relations acknowledged the process needs to be Indigenous-led, but he admitted that he does not know how to proceed. The Coalition has been advocating for inclusion and a seat at the decision-making table at the outset. Not only have they been excluded, they have been forced to create their own action plan without any government support or resources. Frontline workers who work closely to support vulnerable Indigenous women have also been ignored. Communications with these stakeholders range from non-existent to sporadic. It is time the minister listen to these women and ensure that they are included in the development and execution of the federal pathway plan. The NDP is also calling for independent oversight of government and repercussions of their negligence in meeting timeline and targets. Enough is enough.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on October 25th, Michel Lepage passed away just before turning 75. A polling expert, he worked under the Parti québécois for 30 years and served under 5 premiers from René Lévesque to Bernard Landry, and he had an uncanny ability to predict voting results. For Michel Lepage, Quebec's independence was his life. He was always in a good mood. He never missed any meetings, any elections, and he was there for each battle for the cause. When he offered to help me to run for the Bloc Québécois, I was deeply honored. No one can lose when Michel is on your team. He was also a heritage fan, and thanks to him, there are many churches that remain standing. Michel was a person who worked in the shadows by focusing all his energies on the cause. He was a monument of activism. All my best to you. You will always be in my heart, my friend.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Another day, another $100,000 of debt, all on the backs of Canadians. The Costly Coalition has added more to Canada's debt than every Prime Minister who came before him combined. The results is record-high Liberal-made inflation and 6 consecutive interest rate hikes. The Conservative leader warned for years out-of-control Liberal spending would cause inflation to balloon. More Liberal spending means the Bank of Canada had to increase the money supply, meaning the printers keep rolling. This led to record Canadian credit card debt and food bank usage. The finance minister wants us to believe she's had an epiphany about spending, even getting her future predecessor from Papineau to utter the words fiscal responsibility. But these are the arsonists who lit the inflationary fire in the first place. Tomorrow, the finance minister has an opportunity to stop her inflationary spending, stop new taxes, stop punishing Canadians, and stop plans to triple the carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend in Winnipeg, hundreds of delegates gathered for the meeting of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress. I was pleased to host Ukraine's ambassador to Canada, Yulia Kovalev, to hear her assessment of the situation, both on the ground and looking forward to the next steps, as the civilized world uses its resources, of which there must be more, to fight Putin's aggression, and also prepare Ukraine for the rebuilding job that will be necessary, we hope, very soon. Remarkably, it came to pass that the ambassador and our daughter-in-law, born in Ukraine, come from the same place. Across 7,000 kilometers, the ambassador and a member of our family found they grew up within 500 meters of each other. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just a small world story. This demonstrates how families have been connected through the tragedy of this brutal war. I want to reassure all members of the community, especially those living in my home province of Manitoba, that we will be unwavering in our support of Ukraine. We will prevail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
1 month ago, the Conservatives warned the Prime Minister that there was a medication shortage to alleviate the suffering of children, despite the fact that this medication is abundantly available in the US. Here in Canada, parents find it hard to find this medication.
Drugstores, pain medication for small children cannot be found here in Canada, leaving mothers and fathers scrambling to help their suffering children. The Prime Minister has had a month since we warned him about this problem. He said he would fix the supply chain issues in our medical system. Why hasn't he solved this problem?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we've heard from parents who are struggling to get pain medication for their kids. They're heartbreaking stories, and that's why Health Canada is taking action concretely to accelerate the flow of pain medication for children. We're working closely with provinces and territories as they work to resupply and support and resupply as well. We know this is something that is part of the global disruptions that climate change is facing, that the pandemic has left on supply.
I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to sit down for a second. We're starting off on the wrong foot here. I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition wants to hear the answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister may just finish off the last 15 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the pandemic has led challenges to our supply chains around the world, which is why we're continuing to work with partners to ensure that we can get the things that parents need to take care of their kids.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I guess in the meantime, Canadians will have to continue to drive to the United States where these medications are widely available for parents. But back here at home, the Prime Minister's $500 billion of inflationary deficits have given us a 40-year high in inflation. Now they're driving up interest rates. Inflationary taxes, including the Prime Minister and NDP plan to triple the carbon tax, threaten to force Canadians to turn off the heat during winter. Tomorrow is the fall economic update. Will the government commit today to freezing spending and freezing taxes?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through the difficult times of the pandemic and now as families are faced with rising prices on so many different things, we have been there to support them. We're delivering, as of Friday, the checks are going to start rolling out to 11 million households for a doubling of the GST rebate that's going to help people in meaningful ways. We're also moving forward on rental supports and dental supports for children across the country. Unfortunately, the Conservatives, despite their supposed preoccupation with the cost of living on Canadians, are opposing our support for families who need dental care for their kids or support for low-income renters.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Inflationist deficits coming from this Prime Minister and his coalition with the New Democrats. $500 billion. All this has increased the price of products that we buy and the interest we pay. Now the Prime Minister wants to triple taxes on heating, groceries and gas in order to make the situation even worse. The government tomorrow will put forward the fall economic update. We have a very clear request. Will the government freeze spending and freeze taxes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives always preach austerity and cuts in employment insurance, cuts in pensions for seniors. We, on our side, will continue to be here not only to support Canadians with measures such as having a new GST tax credit or with the dental and rental assistance, measures that the Conservatives have voted against. We are also here to create an economy that works for everyone with investments towards a greener and more prosperous future for all workers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Are the only ones protecting pensions and employment insurance against the inflation that is eating up the paychecks and the benefits of Canadians. Now, the Finance Minister is suddenly pretending to agree with me on all of this. She sent a memo that's since been leaked in which she says that her ministers will have to find savings to match any new spending in the fall economic update. It's not clear whether the Prime Minister got the memo. He still wants to continue to pour inflationary fuel on the fire with more spending still. Will he listen to his finance minister, who's started to listen to Conservatives, and cap spending and taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The only cold-hearted Conservatives would imagine and describe sending kids who otherwise can't afford to go to the dentist as pouring fuel on inflationary fires. Only Conservative politicians would consider that giving targeted support for low-income Canadians to help pay for their rent would be pouring inflationary fuel on the fire. Mr. Speaker, inflation is a global phenomenon right now. We've moved forward with targeted supports for families that'll make a meaningful difference. Unfortunately, the Conservatives, for all their rhetoric, stand in opposition to help for families.
The Leader of the Opposition.
We stand in opposition to the policies that have sent 1.5 million Canadians to the food bank in a single month. We oppose a record credit card debt on which the Prime Minister's policies are now driving up interest rates. We oppose policies that have forced 1 in 5 families to skip meals because they can't afford food. And you want to talk about cold-hearted? This is the guy that wants to triple the carbon tax on home heating when bills are expected already to have gone up 100%. Why won't he cancel that cold-hearted plan and cap taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Facts are clear. The price on pollution returns more money to average families in the jurisdictions in which it applies than they pay out in pollution costs. This is the fact that has allowed us to both lead on the fight against climate change and put more money back in the pockets of Canadians. But the reality is,
I don't know what it is today, but everybody's very rowdy. Maybe I'll let the Prime Minister start over again, and I'm hoping everyone will listen this time rather than shout. And I know everybody wants to help him answer, but it's his turn to speak. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite consistent Conservative misinformation and disinformation on the matter, the simple mathematical fact is that the price on pollution returns more money to average families in the jurisdictions in which it applies than they pay in this extra cost on pollution. That's how we can move forward on fighting climate change while supporting families through this transformation of our economy and of our energy. These are the things that matter to Canadians. This is where we're continuing to put them first, not ideology.
The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we recently have had a debate on the priorities of this government, saying that we can sometimes not debate two things at once, but sometimes there are subjects that are more of a priority. Healthcare, for example, is cracking because of lack of funding. Sick people are on waiting lists, emergencies are overwhelmed. It's a national crisis. The Prime Minister is obstinate in keeping money whilst imposing conditions. Does the Prime Minister not agree that the health of Canadians is more important than his desire to remove powers from the provinces? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and Canadians expect a healthcare system that delivers results for them, that works for them. in order to help them, help their families when they need it. However, we currently have healthcare systems in Canada that don't work to this high standard of expectation, and that is why we are here to work with these people and provinces, yes, with more money, but also whilst making sure that there are real results delivered for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. My old father has said, well, what does he know about this? Quebec already administers an under-pressure healthcare system. It's the case everywhere in Canada. The pandemic came on top of existing pressures, and there is nothing at all that says that a manager of Canada is better than a manager from Quebec or from Alberta. Creating standards, creating conditions, it takes far too long. And so for the good of people, doesn't the Prime Minister not agree that, first of all, he should give money to the provinces and then he can open discussions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, every year we disperse tens of billions of dollars to the provinces for healthcare. We will continue to do so. The reality is that our healthcare systems throughout the country do not work to the expectations of Canadians. That is the reason for which we are currently saying, let us work together. Let us work together to improve healthcare delivery service for Canadians. More money, yes, but also with guarantees that we have good results for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
To attack workers, but not just any workers, some of the lowest paid education workers in the classroom. And he knows that he's violating their charter rights. That's why he preemptively used the notwithstanding clause. Now, I've heard the Prime Minister's outrage, but that's simply not good enough. We know the Conservative leader and their party aren't going to stand up for workers, but will the Prime Minister say today in this chamber what he's going to do concretely to stand up for workers and protect their charter rights?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, using the notwithstanding clause preemptively to suspend workers' rights is wrong. To invoke the notwithstanding clause in a way that denies Canadians the right to collective bargaining before that bargaining has even reached an impasse is wrong. The clause must only be used in the most exceptional of circumstances, and like the leader of the NDP, I call out the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, who stands for rights and freedoms, supposedly, to actually condemn the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to suspend people's fundamental rights and freedoms.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It is eminently clear that the head of the Conservatives and the Conservatives won't stand to defend workers.
Vous savez, si vous avez une conversation.
You know, if you want to have a chat, then you could perhaps go outside to have a chat, but not across the corridor, please. Just a little observation.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We know that the Conservative Party and the head of the Conservatives won't defend workers. But we have a question for the Prime Minister. It's not enough to simply raise concerns. What the Premier of Ontario has done is terrible. Now we need actions. The Prime Minister has the duty to act. Will he act? That is my question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, using the notwithstanding clause in a preventive way in order to suspend the rights of workers is an error. Invoking a notwithstanding clause in order to stop Canadians from being able to collectively bargain before an impasse is an error. We will always stand and protect the rights of workers. We will always defend the fundamental rights of Canadians. Like my colleague from the NDP has said, it is a right shame to see that the leader of the Conservatives isn't defending the fundamental rights of people when he said that he is doing that.
Calgary, Forrest Lawn.
Liberal Prime Minister, nearly 50% of Canadians say their finances have worsened over the past year. For newcomers, that pain is leading them to leave Canada, with 30% of young immigrants planning to leave in the next 2 years. Narinder is an engineer who messaged me saying Liberal-caused interest rate hikes mean his paycheck is now being eaten up by his mortgage. He can't afford food or necessities and is planning to leave Canada. Will the Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending, stop raising taxes, and stop driving people like Narinder out of Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important immigration is as a driver of our economic growth, as a counter to the labor shortages that we're facing across the country. That's why we've put forward an ambitious immigration levels plan that is bringing in even more new Canadians so that they can ensure that they're contributing to our economy, building better lives for themselves and their families, and meeting the needs of Canadian businesses and Canadian communities. We know there's more to do, but that's why we are making sure that students like Narinder, engineers like Narinder, are able to continue to succeed in Canada to build a life for the future.
Well, member for Calgary, Forrest Lawn.
Narinder wants to leave Canada, not stay here because of his inflationary policies. And it only makes sense that a Prime Minister who spends a year's rent on a 4-night hotel stay would think more inflation will address the inflationary crisis he created. It's like he wants to return to the days of his father, with out-of-control spending, Canadians' families' cupboards being bare, and when people were giving back their house keys back to the bank because they couldn't afford it. Yep. Canadians can't afford this costly coalition any longer. Will the Prime Minister stop the taxes, stop the inflationary spending, and stop his plans to triple the carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While the Conservatives engage in personal attacks and focus on me, we're going to continue to focus on helping Canadians, whether it's directly with a carbon price on pollution that is going to restore, put more money in the pockets of Canadians where it applies, whether it's moving forward with a GST rebate that's landing this Friday in many Canadians' households, or whether it's moving forward on low-income supports for renters and support for dental care for kids, two initiatives that Conservatives continue to stand against. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that continues to stand up for them, not Conservative rhetoric.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister was warned about his reckless spending. He was told it would lead to interest rate hikes and inflation, and he laughed off those concerns. But now, because of Liberal inflation, millions of Canadians are using the food bank every month, and millions more are skipping meals because they can't afford to buy basic groceries. They lay awake at night knowing they don't have the money to pay their bills, and this Prime Minister has the audacity to tell them they've never had it so good. When will he learn from his mistakes, cut his out-of-control spending, and stop raising taxes on Canadian families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives are continuing to propose cuts, we're going to continue to be there for EI. We're going to continue to be there for CPP. We're going to continue to be there to deliver a price on pollution that puts more money in the pockets of Canadians where it applies. Mr. Speaker, we move forward with a GST rebate that's going to help 11 million households across this country, starting to flow this Friday. The Conservatives reversed their position and chose to support it, which is good, but they still stand against support for low-income renters and support so people can send their kids to the dentist. These are things that would really help Canadians. Why are they opposed?
Chilliwack Hope.
What we're opposed to is a Liberal plan and Liberal policies that have led to millions of Canadians every month using food banks, cutting back on meals because they can't afford groceries. Even the future Liberal leader, Mark Carney, has said that this inflationary crisis has principally been created in Canada. The Prime Minister can't blame others for the crisis he's created, and Canadians can't afford more of the same failed Liberal policies. So when will he stop making things worse, stop his out-of-control spending, and stop raising taxes on Canadian families?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the investments we're making in Canadians, whether it's with the GST rebate that's going to help, whether it's with low-income supports for renters who need that extra support, or whether it's making sure that all families can afford to send their kids to the dentist, are things that are going to help. Yes, there continue to be pressures because of global inflation, but the reality is we're going to continue to be there for Canadians, and in the economic statement we're putting forward tomorrow, people will see not just supports for families, but supports for the kinds of jobs and opportunities they need in the decades to come.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we all agree on one thing. Eating is a fundamental right, and we cannot put this aside. The issue is that numbers are concerning. 20% of families in Canada had to cut back on food, eating less because of inflation. Last month, 1.5 million Canadians turned to food banks. The Amélie Frédéric Support Group has said that there is twice as many requests for food assistance. Is the Prime Minister aware that his inflationary policies are directly shrinking the grocery baskets of all Canadian families? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we can clearly see how global inflation is harming families in Canada, and that is the reason for which we are implementing tangible measures in order to help them. Measures like assisting dental care for children or rental care for low-income individuals. The Conservatives are against these two policies. Since 2015, with the investments we have made in families, we have allowed 2 million people to leave poverty behind throughout the country. These are investments in families, in seniors, in young people, in workers that we made. And most of these investments were opposed by the Conservatives. The Right Honourable, the Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's not only the world that has a problem here, it's because the Liberal government has never been able to control its spending over the past 7 years. I'm not the only person who said this. The aspiring Liberal leader, Mark Carney, said that this was not an imported inflation, it was domestic inflation, Canadian inflation at the end of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Minister for Finance, who also would like to be the leader of the Liberal Party, will give us a full economic update. Can her Prime Minister guarantee that there will be a freeze in expenditures and taxes? That will bring inflation down. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives always propose austerity as a solution, but the reality is that investments, targeted investments in families, in seniors, in workers, is exactly what led to the growth we have seen over the past few years with reduction in poverty throughout the country. We are here to help people, we are here to invest and to build a stronger future and a greener future for everyone. Those are the choices we made, and the Conservatives are against every single time for lowering taxes for the middle class, benefits for children. They're always against. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I can no longer take the pretentious attitude of Ottawa saying that they're better than Quebec, that they know their files better than Quebec does. But the government is finally meeting with healthcare ministers, and despite the importance of the matter, it's not the Prime Minister who will be there, it's the Minister for Health. Tomorrow we have a full economic update, and the Health Ministers' meeting will happen after that. Is it to be understood that a decision has already been made and it's just political ploys at this point? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think that Quebecers, like all Canadians, understand that the solution for a healthcare system that does not work is not simply injecting more money. Yes, money will help, and we will be there to invest more money into healthcare, but it also takes collaborative work in order to ensure that results for Canadians are guaranteed so that our healthcare systems deliver for Canadians, and that is exactly that upon which we will work. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Collaborative work. That's, for now, is just delay after delay after delay to then impose conditions upon us. In Quebec, even emergency service corridors are full. Surgery waiting lists are interminable. Real people, real sick people. People are suffering right now. I've I know parents, and I hope that he doesn't know parents, but I know parents that are scared that their kids might simply commit suicide. Should we not put healthcare at risk for political points? So the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I totally agree that politics should not enter into this debate, and that is why we are saying yes, people should have access to a family physician. People shouldn't be stuck in corridors in emergency services. And it's not just money that will magically solve everyone's problems overnight. It's what will solve the problem is fundamental changes, fundamental improvements, and we have to do this in collaboration with provinces and territories, and we must put Canadians at the heart of our deliverable results. And that is exactly the conversation we are having with ministers of health throughout the country. The Honourable Head of the Opposition.
Prime Minister and their costly coalition vote to triple the carbon tax on people's home heating bills. The Prime Minister treated himself to a luxurious vacation and a wonderful night of singing in a palatial hotel lobby, one of the swankiest hotels on planet Earth. He then spent $6,000 per night on a single hotel room. Who stayed in that room?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives continue to focus on me, we're going to stay focused on supporting Canadians, whether that's with measures that Conservatives oppose to deliver rental supports for low-income Canadians, or whether that's to make sure that all Canadians can send their kids to the dentist. But we heard the Conservative leader for months talking about freedoms for Canadians, talking about rights and freedoms, and now that a government is preemptively blocking Canadians' fundamental rights and freedoms, not a whisper from this so-called freedom fighter, Mr. Speaker. When is he going to condemn the use of the notwithstanding clause preemptively?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Nice try. Nice try. He's very clever. But here a moment ago, I asked who stayed in the $6,000 a room hotel, $6,000 a night hotel room, and he said that I was focusing on him. Well, I guess that we got our answer then. Well. To avoid taking blame for having spent that money on himself while the Canadians are suffering. Can he confirm it was him that had that night?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives continue to play rhetorical games, the reality is Canadians need a Conservative Party that stands up for them, which is simply something they're not getting. They're not stepping up on rental supports for low-income renters. They're not stepping up on dental care for kids who need it. And they're not even standing up for the fundamental rights and freedoms that the Leader of the Opposition made a full campaign out of, and now he's nowhere to be seen on standing up for Canadians' fundamental rights and freedoms. Will he condemn the notwithstanding clause preemptive use?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This from the guy that robbed a record amount of Canadian workers' paychecks when he imposed the highest inflation in 40 years on them. And there was no negotiation for workers. In fact, they all took an across-the-board pay cut without ever giving their permission. And now, the position of his government is that they should have their pay capped. The Governor of the Bank of Canada told CEOs that there should be no pay hike for Canadian workers to compensate them for this Prime Minister's inflation. Does he agree with the Governor of the Bank of Canada that workers don't deserve a pay hike? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
He's actually trying to pretend he's standing up for workers right now when he is refusing to condemn a suspension of their most fundamental rights to collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, workers' ability to negotiate a better future for themselves and their families is core to this country's middle-class success. Why is he not condemning this attack on fundamental rights and freedoms of workers?
I see the emotions are running a little bit high, so I'm going to ask everybody to take a deep breath. Everybody look at me and take a deep breath. All together now. Okay, now we're going to calm down. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I am condemning the attack this Prime Minister has undertaken on Canadian workers by giving them the highest inflation in 40 years, eating up their paychecks so that they cannot afford food. It is this Prime Minister who has sent 1.5 million Canadians to the food bank in the month of March. This Prime Minister who's given them record credit card debt. This Prime Minister who has forced 1 in 5 of them to skip meals because they can't afford to eat. And now his Governor of the Bank of Canada says that those workers don't deserve a raise. I condemn those comments. Will he?
Hear, hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most fundamental rights available to workers is to negotiate their pay and their working conditions.
Are you done? I guess is the question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, from the beginning, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most fundamental rights available to workers in this country is the ability to fight for better rights, better opportunities, better pay, better working conditions. And that happens at the bargaining table, Mr. Speaker. What has happened is they have been stripped of that right to bargain, to negotiate, to talk about a better future for themselves and their families by the preemptive use of a measure designed to suspend and override their fundamental rights and freedoms. But the Leader of the Opposition has refused 6 times to condemn that in this House.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Canadian families are struggling with the rising cost of energy, whether it's putting gas in their cars or paying for their home heating. All the while, these oil and gas companies are raking in record profits, something the Biden administration is referring to as war profiteering, and frankly it is. What's this Liberal government's response? To put even more public money in the pockets of these highly profitable companies. When will the Prime Minister take a stand and protect workers and make these wealthy companies pay what they owe on their windfall profits and invest that into helping Canadians pay their energy bills?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with putting a price on pollution right across the country that puts more money in the pockets of families in jurisdictions where it applies, we're actually sending clear price signals to industry and to private sector that they have to invest more in decarbonization. This is something that we're focusing on ensuring that these record profits from the oil and gas industry go into investing in decarbonization, go into CCUS technology to decarbonize, invest in better opportunities and jobs for the future while we fight climate change across the country.
For Burnaby South.
In the last election, this Prime Minister made some really big promises on health care. Made big promises to improve long-term care. He made big promises on mental health care. But he's completely missing in action when it comes to the premiers of this country requesting a meeting on dealing with the health care crisis. When will the Prime Minister actually respond to the crisis that we're dealing with and deliver on the promises that he made?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we heard clearly from Canadians from coast to coast to coast that they want access to family doctors. We heard clearly from families from coast to coast to coast that they need to see an end to the backlog, that they need better help for access to mental health services. These are things that we're busy working with the provinces on, and we're going to be delivering, yes, with more funds, but also with clearer outcomes for Canadians. Canadians deserve a healthcare system that actually delivers for them. We know, as the head of the CMA has said, that you can't just put money into a broken system. You need to fix the system. That's what we're doing.
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, immigration isn't just good for our economy, it's essential. And Canadians agree. According to a recent Environics survey, 85% of Canadians agree that overall immigration has a positive impact on our economy and our country. That's right. My riding of Surrey Centre is embracing immigration to not only reunite with families, but also to ensure the future of our community. Mr. Speaker, could the Prime Minister please update us on our government's plan for immigration? Good question.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Surrey Centre for his question, his hard work, and his advocacy on the immigration file. Yesterday, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tabled our immigration levels plan focused on attracting skilled workers who will contribute to our economy. Our plan will help cement Canada's place among the world's top destinations for talent and fulfilling Canada's humanitarian commitments. We know that immigration grows the economy. That's exactly what we're continuing to do.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, a new poll is out that suggests 1 in 5 Canadians are out of money due to inflation. This means parents can't afford to feed their kids, pay their bills, and they're terrified where their next paycheck will come from. And this Prime Minister just keeps making it worse. Canadians cannot afford this costly coalition. So will this Prime Minister stop his inflationary spending and stop raising taxes?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder what the member opposite's constituents would say if they actually heard him saying that support for families who can't send their kids to the dentist is inflationary, that extra support for low-income renters to be able to afford their rent is inflationary spending. That's the excuse the Conservatives are giving for not being there to help families send their kids to the dentist, to not being there to help low-income renters. These are things that will tangibly support Canadians, like our GST rebate that's arriving in mailboxes as of this Friday. These are things that help. Why aren't they helping?
Well, member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, I can't repeat in this House what my constituents have said about that guy. Mr. Speaker, these families are in their darkest hours. And now even future Liberal leader Mark Carney has stated, and I quote, "It's not all imported inflation. In fact, most of it is now domestically generated inflation." That's how out of touch this Prime Minister actually is, Mr. Speaker. So will he stop his inflationary spending and stop raising taxes?
Yeah! The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will not stop ensuring that low-income families get extra help with the with their rental costs. We will not prevent Canadians from sending their kids to the dentist when they couldn't afford it before. These are measures we're putting forward that will help in a meaningful way millions of families across the country, and yet Conservative politicians continue to stand against rental and dental support for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if they really wanted to help Canadians in their ridings and across the country, they would step up and back our plan on rental and dental.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Here's the problem that these Liberals don't understand. The Prime Minister can't spend his way out of the inflation that he himself has created. $6,000 a night for a fancy hotel room for the Prime Minister is 3 months of rent for Canadians who can't afford it. $12,000 a month for groceries at his house, while 1.5 million Canadians visited a food bank last month. How can the Prime Minister pretend to understand the pain that he's inflicting on Canadians while simultaneously raising their taxes?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
In this House, we've put forward measures that the Conservatives ended up choosing to support. That's good on them, to deliver GST rebates to Canadians that'll start landing this Friday. Why will they not reverse their position on sending dental supports so families can actually send their kids to the dentist, or support for low-income renters? These are things that these Conservatives continue to oppose. Concrete help that will deliver for Canadian families right across the country, that they stand, cross their arms and say, no, we're not helping Canadians. Well, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will.
Well, member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister is raising taxes on seniors trying to heat their home. He's raising taxes on families trying to buy groceries because he gave his Liberal buddy $250 million for ventilators that we didn't use, because he spent $54 million on an app we didn't need, that didn't work, that should have cost $250,000 and could have been built in a weekend. Because he gave $133,000 to an anti-Semite and then covered it up for a month. He's breaking the bank for his Liberal friends while Canadians can't break even. When will he just stop?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Conservatives need to stop with the misinformation and the disinformation. The price on pollution delivers more money to most families in jurisdictions where it applies than it costs them in extra costs on pollution. The fact of the matter is, our initiatives to fight climate change actually not only fights climate change, but puts more money back in the pockets of families that need it. That focus is exactly how we're growing the economy, supporting Canadians, and building a better future for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, why the Prime Minister thinks that he's nicer, more competent than Quebec. Is it because of the 1982 Constitution? Is it because of the fiscal imbalance? Is it because of the power to spend? It seems like he's telling Quebecers that they're not good enough and that him and his buddies, they're better. I get the impression that he confuses collaboration and holding sick people hostage. So I'd like to challenge him, Mr. Speaker, that he can name one thing in healthcare that Canada does that Quebec is not capable of doing. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Quebecers are also Canadians. And his question, as such, is completely illogical. Now, look, all jokes aside, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers, like all Canadians, deserve a healthcare system that works. All that we're saying as the federal government is that, yes, we are going to be there to provide more money, but we need to make sure that there are improvements in the healthcare systems across the country. Improvements which are not being called for by Ottawa, but they're being called for by Quebecers, Canadians, who are worried about their seniors and about those they love. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, for me, being Canadian is like swearing an oath to the king. It's because I have to. You know, discussions, centralization, etc., apparently that takes time. Meanwhile, doctors are waiting. Nurses are waiting. Patients are waiting. Parents are waiting. Young people in distress are waiting. What do you say to people who are waiting for their own money to go into health care because the Prime Minister thinks that he's better than anyone else? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Families in Quebec who are waiting for services in healthcare aren't waiting for money from the federal government. They're waiting for healthcare services that are provided by the government of Quebec. They're waiting for improvements in their system. They're waiting, like all Canadians, for results, concrete results in their healthcare systems. It's a system that's broken and which needs to be improved. Mr. Speaker, we are going to be there to invest more money in healthcare across the country, but we need to work with the provinces to make sure that those improvements are going to be real and concrete for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the National Sex Offender Registry is used by police to track and apprehend dangerous predators. Until last week's Supreme Court of Canada ruling, registration of sex offenders in the National Sex Offender Registry was mandatory. Will the Prime Minister do today what the Justice Minister would not do yesterday and commit to victims, to survivors, that his government will do whatever is necessary to make sure that sex offenders are again listed in the Sex Offender Registry? Yes or no?
What Canadians need is legislation that goes after criminals, that protects our communities, and that holds up in court. it's crystal clear that the Conservative Party's supposed tough-on-crime legislation over 10 years failed to do just that. It's being struck down in court, and it's not protecting our communities. So we will not take advice or lessons from this failed Conservative Party's failed approaches. Canadians deserve real solutions that will deliver to protect our communities, to protect our kids, and stay the course and hold up in court.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is not nearly good enough for survivors of sexual predators. He's going to have to do way better than that for survivors, Mr. Speaker. And crime in this country is up 32%, with over 124,000 more violent crimes last year than when he first became Prime Minister 7 years ago. Clearly, his approach is failing. So how many more people in our communities are going to have to get beaten and mugged and murdered because of his soft-on-crime policies? When's he going to change course, take action, and clean up our streets, Mr. Speaker? How many more people have to get hurt before we see results from this Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Supposed tough-on-crime laws passed by these Conservatives in the past decade need to be struck down by the courts before they understand that their approach is failing Canadians, is failing victims, has failed communities. We're moving forward with real protections for Canadians that will hold up in court, that will keep people safe, that will continue to put victims of crime and reduce the number of victims of crime in this country by keeping communities safe in real, tangible ways that actually will hold up in court, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I recently met with victims groups, racialized groups, and police associations in Montreal to discuss the increased violence in the streets of Montreal, and they were all unanimous. The proposals in Bill C-5 are a mistake. Eliminating mandatory prison sentences for robbery with a firearm, that's a mistake, and all these groups are saying that. They say it doesn't make any sense. Right now, the bill is in the Senate. Can the Prime Minister call his friends in the Senate and ask them to vote against this and cancel Bill C-5? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the measures in that bill will increase the maximum sentences for the worst crimes to make sure that there are real consequences. This is an approach that we are taking to make sure that criminals have real consequences while recognizing that the best way to protect our communities is with bills which will not be struck down by the courts. That's something that the Conservatives haven't understood, because we continue to see bills that they have proposed be struck down by the courts because they don't protect Canadians or communities. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, a free and independent press is one of the pillars of our democracy. It is absolutely fundamental, and I believe it is our duty to protect it. That protection starts with ensuring that they are paid properly for the work that they do. Can the Prime Minister please update us on what this government is doing to ensure the vitality of our local media? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her important question and for her very hard work. I agree with her, and that's why I call on Conservative members to stop lining up behind the web giants and instead to support our bill. I understand that the Conservative leader prefers not having to answer questions, given his support for Bitcoin and his misogynistic web tags. But we support a free and independent press which holds politicians to account.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A parent's worst nightmare is a sick child, and a shortage of infant and children's Tylenol, Motrin, and Advil from earlier this summer is turning into a full-blown crisis. Parents are now having to choose between taking their sick kid to an overcrowded emergency room or crossing the border to the U.S., where there are no shortages on these drugs, just to get basic medicine to bring down their kids' fever and relieve pain. When does the Prime Minister intend to do something about this crisis?
Yeah! Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we hear the concerns from parents on the supply of children's pain, fever, and meds. And as a parent, I can completely understand. That's why we're committed to ensuring that all families have access to the essential medicines their children need. Health Canada has been in communication with manufacturers, pharmacists, and provinces and territories to ensure mitigation measures are in place. Our main priority will always be the health and safety of Canadians, and all options are on the table.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for a month now, we've been warning the Prime Minister about this situation, but the Prime Minister always, has an excuse ready to justify his inability to act, even for young children who are sick. And as a grandparent, Mr. Speaker, it makes me sick to my stomach, this situation. A month ago, Health Canada was asked to do something so that mothers and fathers could have access to medication for their children. And medication the children want to take, Mr. Speaker. Why, once again, is he hiding behind excuses to avoid giving children who are sick the medication they need? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are hearing the concerns of parents when it comes to the shortage of pain medication for children. We will continue to make sure that all families have access to essential medication for their children when they need it. We are going to fight this shortage. Health Canada is in communication with pharmacists, the makers of these medications, and the provinces and territories to ensure that measures are in place. And our priority remains the health and the well-being of Canadians, and we are looking at all options. They're all on the table.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is the Liberals' out-of-control spending makes life more expensive for all Canadians. Half can't put aside savings. Home heating costs will double this winter. More Canadians already had to use food banks in one single month than ever before in Canadian history. For years, our new Conservative leader has warned that the NDP Liberals' costly coalition's inflationary deficits would force Canadians to have to pay the bill. So tomorrow, will the Prime Minister finally give Canadians a break and stop his tax hikes and reckless spending?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Except, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party has decided that it needs to oppose supports for parents to send their kids to the dentist. Except, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party has decided to oppose giving a $500 top-up to low-income renters across this country to help with the rising costs of everything. Mr. Speaker, we're facing global inflation, yes, but there are things we can do to make it easier for families, things like childcare, which we're moving forward on despite Conservative opposition, things like the CCB, things like the GST credit, and dental and rental, which they continue to oppose.
Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, the Sustainable Finance Forum is on Parliament Hill this week. We will have over 60 speakers, hundreds of participants will attend virtual sessions as well as events on climate finance and social finance. As we're all looking at ways to make the economy more sustainable, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister about the progress our government is making to help Canadian businesses achieve both growth and sustainability.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the member for Whitby for his question and especially for the hard work he does, not just for his constituents, but for all Canadians. From climate change to inequality, the world is facing big challenges, but together we can drive investment to create jobs in a net zero economy, build affordable housing, and make sure everyone has a real and fair chance at success. As a government, we launched our first $5 billion green bond and released Canada's Green Bond Framework. We also created the Sustainable Finance Action Council, and we will continue to build an economy that works for all Canadians.
Member for Burnaby South.
87% of Indigenous households in Canada live in urban, rural, and northern regions outside their traditional territories. 87%. Despite this, the Liberals are only committing $300 million to address the urgent and imminent needs for urban, rural, and Indigenous communities' housing. This is so far nowhere near enough. Will the Prime Minister commit to increasing the funding, the interim funding, to a level that responds to the urgency and the desperate need that the community has?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the housing challenges faced by Canadians right across the country are significant, but nowhere more significant than in vulnerable urban, Indigenous, northern and remote areas. That's why we've put forward record amounts of $300 million direct investment to support and grow housing supply in those areas. And we know there will be more to do, but we need to make sure we are delivering results for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're focused on.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the midst of a climate emergency, oil and gas companies are sacrificing our kids' future for their corporate greed. Shame. In the past 9 months, Imperial Oil made $6.2 billion in profit, almost 4 times last year. We cannot expect the arsonist to put out this fire. On the eve of the 27th annual global climate negotiations, will the PM finally eliminate subsidies to oil and gas companies and replace them with a windfall tax on these excess profits?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, Canada committed alongside other like-minded nations to eliminate inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. The climate emergency means we need to act faster and stronger. That's why we're pulling forward by 2 years until 2023 the need to eliminate inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. We've already eliminated a significant number of them. We're going to continue to do it while ensuring that fossil fuel companies invest in decarbonization and in better jobs for everyone for the coming years.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. We have 2 points of orders. We'll start with the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and if you seek it, you will find the following for the motion. That this House, A, reject any intervention aimed at restricting the collective rights of workers to freely negotiate their working conditions, and B, condemn the use of the notwithstanding clause to destroy collective bargaining rights by the Conservative Premier, Doug Ford, and the Government of Ontario.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. No, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent on that. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member from La Prairie. The MP I'm targeting is just leaving, but during the questions from our leader, there were anti-parliamentarian statements made by the member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation while my leader was asking a question. The person said, "Go home." First of all, the leader was elected democratically. They chose him as representative through democracy. I would love for the member to apologize.
Alors, le député.
So the member in question is not in the House, and so I cannot ask him to apologize. What we will do is we will check the records to see what was said, and then we will come back with an answer. Thank you. The Honourable Member has another point of order. It was evident. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I just wanted to say that we are many to have heard it. It clearly came from him, so I strongly ask for an apology.
Parfait. Comme il est...
It being 3:22, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply.
Members.
The question is as follows.
Liev, seconded by Mr. Halan, moved that given that, 1, the cost of government is driving up the cost of living,
2, the Parliamentary Budget Office states that 40% of new spending is not related to COVID-19.
3, Canadians are now paying higher prices and higher interest rates as a result. May I dispense? No? Okay. 4,
4, it is more important than ever. It is more important than ever for the government to respect taxpayer dollars and eliminate wasteful spending.
That the House call on the Auditor General of Canada to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCAN app and to prioritize this investigation. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Dancho.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Oh, Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs.
Apologies.
Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Ms. Blaney. Ms. Barron. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Hidlout. Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vaughn.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Isasi.
Mr. Isassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suggs.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fagascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Dynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period 10 before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Gould.
Against, Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gould, against, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried.
All yours, sir.
We'll see you after this next one. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill S-207 under private members' business. La question.
The question is the following one.
Madame Shanahan, appuyée par Madame.
Ms. Shanahan, seconded by Mr. Scarpellegia, move that Bill S-207, an act to change the name of the electoral district of Châteauguay-l'École, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those to my right in the back row in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
The fifth row at my right.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
The fourth row at my right.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Sanesh Filings.
Ms. May Sanesh Filings.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Bill.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row to my right.
Scrow.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Yip. Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
First row at my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
All those at my left in favor of the motion in the 6th row will please rise. In the 5th row. In the 4th row. In the 3rd row at my left. At the 2nd row. At the 1st row at my right in favor. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. 6th row, 5th row, 4th row, 3rd row. Oh, yeah. 3rd row. There you go.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Okay. 2nd row.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
1st row.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the 6th row.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Ranger in the 5th row.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
In the 4th row to my left.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Barcelo Duval.
Mr. Barcelo Duval.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
The 3rd row at my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Culkin.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Cladoux.
Ms. Ladoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Goudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
The 2nd row to my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
The 1st row to my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Idlaut.
Miss Idlaut.
The
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
To inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mrs. Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Mrs. Gould, pour.
Anybody else there? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 154, 154. Nays contre 169, 169.
I declare the motion defeated. We'll do a trade.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill S-227 under private members' business. The question is the following one.
Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Fast, move that Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Nader.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Ms. Rumpel-Garner.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my left.
Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Colkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Mr. Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Delta.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Idlaut.
Miss Idlaut.
Que tous ceux
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mendez.
sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Van Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberry.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée à ma
Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damov.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Asasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefall.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Jojarle.
Mr. Jojarle.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Première.
First row.
Que tous ceux.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixième rang.
Sixth row.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Third row. Deuxième.
Second row.
First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Is Group 4 pour?
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, 323. Nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 38 minutes. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Order. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate our war veterans. J'invite les honorables députés de se lever.
Please rise.
I now invite the honourable members to rise. Declarations by ministers. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs to pay tribute to all the Canadians who have so selflessly served our country in uniform. When I was a little girl growing up in Kentville, Nova Scotia, where I was born, our province and town were steeped in military history. The history was palpable in our schools, on our class trips, and in public gatherings. And I remember visiting historic properties, the jetty in Halifax Harbour, and indeed Camp Aldershot, which is right in Kentville itself. Et la semaine des anciens combattants
And Veterans Week starts Friday, and leading up to Remembrance Day on November 11th, we'll be commemorating those who've done so much to safeguard our peace and our security.
Mr. Speaker, we must remember that this year we mark the 105th anniversaries of the battles of Passchendaele and Vimy Ridge, le 80e anniversaire du
the 80th anniversary of the Dieppe Raid,
30th anniversary of the United Nations Protection Force in the former Yugoslavia, and 25 years since 8,500 Canadian Armed Forces personnel deployed to Manitoba in Operation Assistance. Mr. Speaker, we are truly so fortunate to live here and to have the opportunity to represent our ridings and our constituents in Ottawa as democratically elected members of Parliament. But we must not forget that this privilege was born of the service and the sacrifice of those who came before us. Ce pays pacifique.
This peaceful, democratic country of ours was built by the thousands who left for war and never returned, and those who returned but were never the same.
And it has since been protected by every new generation of Canadian Armed Forces personnel who so willingly and so selflessly assumes the risks and responsibilities of military life. Mr. Speaker, the Canada of today exists because between 1914 and 1918, more than 650,000 men and women volunteered to serve, knowing full well that crossing the Atlantic could mean never coming back to their families, to their mothers, to their fathers, to their communities, and to their loved ones. Le Canada d'aujourd'hui exists.
The Canada of today exists because for 6 long and grueling years between 1939 and 1945, our people would answer the call again, this time to help defeat a regime in Europe.
So valiantly for peace and democracy in the Korean War. It exists because of their service in the Middle East and Afghanistan. It exists because they have been instrumental, Mr. Speaker, in restoring and maintaining order and security as gatekeepers and peacekeepers. Et parce qu'ils ont toujours...
And because they have always been there for us at home without ever hesitating to go anywhere to respond and help Canadians weather difficult situations.
Hundreds of thousands of Canadians have given their lives in service of this nation, and we are forever indebted to them and to their families. Mr. Speaker, to our veterans, to the members of our armed forces, on behalf of the Government of Canada, please accept our profound gratitude for your service and your sacrifice. Au nom du gouvernement.
On behalf of the Government of Canada, please accept our profound gratitude for your service and your sacrifice.
Schools, our towns, our cities across this great country, from Kentville to Kamloops to Cambridge Bay, lest we forget. N'oublions.
Lest we forget.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
66,349. That's the number of Canadians who laid down their lives during the First World War. 44,090. The number of Canadians who made the ultimate sacrifice in the Second World War. 516 Canadians who gave their lives during the Korean War. And 158 Canadian Armed Forces members who lost their lives in Afghanistan. Those are the numbers, the statistics. But they're not just numbers or statistics. They represent real people who laid down their lives for our freedoms. And they left behind families who mourned them. They were someone's brother or sister, son or daughter, mother or father. They were young men and women who had hopes and dreams that will forever go unrealized. Et ils l'ont fait pour vous.
and they did so for you and for me, such that we might continue to enjoy our freedom. They did so willingly in the ultimate act of courage and sacrifice. It is a debt that we can never repay.
And in much the same way, there is never enough that we can do or say for those who have served this country and came back forever changed. Whether their injuries are physical, psychological, or emotional, they leave deep scars and often have a lasting impact on their relationships, on their families, and on their futures. And we owe it to them to listen and to seek to always do what is right by them, and to ensure that what they fought for is never taken for granted. Nous leur rendons hommage pour leur loyal service.
In doing so, we honor their service and sacrifice. I am extremely honored to stand here today on behalf of the official opposition, Canada's Conservatives, and all Canadians to offer our thanks, our admiration, and our deepest respect, and to pledge to always be there for you as you were there for us.
And now if I can, for a moment, Mr. Speaker, speak to a date that all Canadians should know well. April 9th of 1917. It's said that from a Canadian perspective, World War I was both our greatest sorrow and our finest hour. And perhaps no battle symbolized that better than Vimy Ridge. During 4 days in April of 1917, 4 divisions of Canadians fighting together for the very first time as a unified force did what many felt was impossible. They took Vimy Ridge. It was our coming of age as a nation. It was a defining moment in Canadian history. As Canadian Brigadier General A. Ross said of the victory, "In those few minutes, I witnessed the birth of a nation." But remember, while it was our finest hour, it was also our greatest sorrow. Not only was it our greatest victory, but April 9th of 1917 was also the bloodiest day in Canadian history. Over 2,500 Canadians gave their lives that day. And to all Canadians, I say, if you ever have the chance to visit Vimy Ridge, and it's something that I wished all Canadians could do, I would ask you to do something. Take a few moments to reach down and feel the grass. This is the life that grows from dirt and mud soaked by courageous blood. Blood that was shed by young men in the cause of freedom. And so April 9th of 1917 is a date that we should all know well, as is August 19th of 1942, the Dieppe Raid, June 6th of 1944, when Canadians landed on Juno Beach during D-Day, and April 24th of 1951, when Canadians held the line in the Kapiong Valley by calling in an artillery strike on their own location to hit the enemy soldiers amongst them. These are all significant dates in Canadian history, and they're significant dates for the world. For on those dates, Canadians helped shape the course of world history, and they are events that we should all take pride in. Just as all Canadians should take pride in the valor of our fellow Canadians who served and sacrificed all over the globe in the time since. UN missions in places like Croatia, Bosnia, Somalia, Rwanda, Cyprus, Kosovo, the Congo, the Golan Heights, and many others. In Vietnam, in the Persian Gulf, in Libya, and in Afghanistan, which was the largest deployment of our troops since World War II, and right up to the present day in Operation Impact. To all of the Canadian men and women who served in these places and others, all your fellow Canadians owe you so much. And I stand here to acknowledge that government can do better. We must do better. It won't be enough until every single veteran feels heard and understood, supported and cared for, appreciated and honored. There is much that needs to be done at the political level, and that conversation must and will continue. Because no veteran should suffer in silence, or not know where to turn, or feel like the government isn't there for them. Now please, if I can, I'll just speak directly to all of Canada's veterans, because we must acknowledge the profound impact that your service all too often has. We must be there to care for your injuries, especially those that we can't see and that we may not understand. We have to ensure that the necessary supports are there for your transition to civilian life and to support your family. And most of all, to listen and seek to understand so that we can serve you as you served us. Nous avons tous et toutes un rôle à jouer pour témoigner.
As Canadians, we have a role to play, and we can all do our part to show our respect. It's necessary to show our respect in every way and at all times. Gestures and acts of support, both big and small, are important. It's important to wear your poppy as a symbol of remembrance and to attend a local Remembrance Day ceremony. However, remembrance can't just be about one day, 1 week, or one event. It must absolutely be something that we live each and every day.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, if you were to ask any of our veterans, what's the single most important thing that we can do to repay them? I'm sure they would all say the same thing. To never take for granted that which they fought for, our freedoms. So please join me and my colleagues in Canada's Conservatives in making that commitment today. We pledge to uphold those freedoms. It's how we will honor their memories, thank them for their service, and show our respect for their sacrifice. Freedom came at all costs, and at all costs, we must ensure it is maintained. Au coucher,
at the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, what is commemoration? It's the action of remembering the memory of someone or of an event, often in a ceremonial manner. This is a very simple and brief definition, but it is rich with meaning. And that's because it is linked to the enrichment of the collective memory of a people. By commemorating, we write our own history. We write our own history, and we define a part of our identity. By commemorating, we set out the guidelines for what is dear to us, for all that we wish to remember, and for what we must not forget. Today, we commemorate Remembrance Day. Remembrance Day is celebrated each year on November 11th to remember the signing of the armistice, which put an end in 1918 to the First World War. But this day is not limited to honoring the memory of veterans who gave their lives. In Quebec and Canada, November 11th is to honor all soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice in all battles waged. It is dedicated to the memory of all Quebecers and Canadians who fell so that we could live in freedom, in peace, to live, period. It is with the greatest humility and respect that my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois and myself are paying tribute today to the ultimate sacrifice of Quebecers and Canadians who died while serving our nation. Now we realize that 2022 has been especially rich in commemorations. For each of these commemorations, Quebecers were honored. I'm thinking of the soldiers of the 22nd Regiment who, 105 years ago, gave everything they had for the victory at Vimy during the First World War. I'm thinking of the sacrifice of the Mont-Royal Fusiliers Regiment, who participated 80 years ago in the bloodiest episode of the Second World War, the Dieppe Raid. Once again, the soldiers from the 22nd Regiment who 70 years ago distinguished themselves during the battle on Hill 355 during the Korean War. I'm thinking of all those 30 years ago who went to fight for peace in the Balkans during the UN mission. During each of these conflicts, as well as in Cyprus, Rwanda, and more recently in Afghanistan, Quebecers were there, and Canadians as well. Quebecers fell, many of them. Over the past decades, we have experienced an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity. And to my mind, there is no doubt that we owe it to the people I have mentioned, who sacrificed, who made the ultimate sacrifice. And we can never forget this sacrifice on the part of our veterans. And in fact, the motto, lest we forget, is not only that of Quebec, it is also that of the Vandus, which was the first Francophone unit to have been created within the British Empire in 1914. As this year's November 11th approaches, the Bloc Québécois urges all Quebecers to wear their poppy, to donate to a veterans organization, to speak to a veteran, and to take a moment to reflect and to remember the contributions and the sacrifice that our veterans, our women and men, made for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to stand in this place on behalf of my New Democrat colleagues to recognize the sacrifices Canadians have made to pay for the freedom and democracy of our home and the homes of those in other countries. On November the 11th, we honor those who dedicated their lives in service for Canadians. We remember those who lost their lives in the line of duty, and we show our respect to those who continue to serve in war and peace, both at home and abroad, in protection of our rights and freedoms. On November the 8th, we honor Indigenous veterans. Back home in my riding on Vancouver Island, the plane of reconciliation hangs in the Comox Airport. It is a unique commemoration of substantial contributions of Indigenous veterans to Canada, who sacrificed not only their lives, but also their status and rights when they returned home. This history must not be suppressed. We must remember their bravery and their stories to ensure a better future for everyone who serves today. As the NDP critic for Veteran Affairs, I am always deeply humbled and moved when I hear the stories of brave Canadian soldiers who endured significant burdens to do as they are called upon for our country. I've heard from generations of soldiers, and every single story is important for us to hear. It is in the remembering, the knowing, that we do not forget. This year, when I laid a wreath on behalf of the Parliament of Canada at Vimy Ridge with the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I was deeply humbled by the love of Canadian soldiers in France. Driving through those communities, seeing both poppies and Canadian flags held in the windows gave me a deep appreciation of the sacrifice and the gratitude of that sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, standing over the graves of so many young Canadian soldiers has also left me with a tremendous respect for those who wear the uniform and the deep confirmation that the cost of war is far too great, a cost that cannot ever be taken without the deepest of consideration. And as we see the conflict of our planet, we must always consider the preciousness of every single life and the sacrifice we ask when we ask them to protect us. When I was a young person, my neighbors were a couple who fled Nazi Germany, and I remember Mary telling me, we must pray for peace unceasingly. Every year of my life, I understand this more fulsomely. The cost of war is high, and there are many ways to remember and thank those who paid the ultimate price, those who came home with wounds often we cannot see, and often with ones we can, and the sacrifice of those who loved them the best. Remembering is a commitment every Canadian must dedicate themselves to, not just for a week, a year during Veterans Week, but every single day. History repeats itself unless collectively we learn and remind ourselves what sacrifice is. Canadians from all walks of life and diverse backgrounds have served and continue to serve today. From the major wars of the first half of the 20th century to fighting in Afghanistan and the Middle East, from overseas peacekeeping operations to helping right here at home, combating the COVID-19 pandemic, the floods, the forest fires, the many contributions that the armed forces have made. When the call is made for them, whether it is domestically or away, I hope we all remember in this place, and that every Canadian remembers, the bodies in each of those uniforms, and that each soul has loved ones who stand beside them, knowing the risk and willing to carry it in service of our country. Earlier this year, on May the 14th, our riding lost 100-year-old veteran James Stocky Edwards, a Canadian fighter pilot during World War II, and a community touchstone. We all miss him so very much. Many soldiers from the Second World War have left us, and it calls on us to carry their stories and their history, which is our history, to learn and understand the history of every task and battle put before our Canadian Armed Forces, which they rose to the challenge. On this Remembrance Day, to all members of the Canadian Armed Forces, past and present, I thank them deeply for their service. I thank them for getting up every day and protecting our country, both in the past and the present. And I call on all civilian Canadians to take on their responsibility, to learn and understand so that we remember, lest we forget.
I believe I have a request from the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to offer some thoughts today.
Agreed? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, faire l'honneur de prendre la parole aujourd'hui.
It is an honour to take the floor today in amongst all of my colleagues to honour Remembrance Day.
I've been touched deeply and personally by the sacrifices of people within our own families, people in our communities. I want to thank the Minister for her words. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie for his thoughtful comments, for the member for Rivière de Mille-Îles, and my friend, the member for North Island Powell River. It's actually the member from North Island Powell River who anticipated some of what I wanted to share, of that feeling that we have every year, and now that we're coming out of COVID, and we can gather together in person. All of us know that feeling of going to the cenotaph with the honor of placing a wreath in memory of those who've fallen to ensure us the life we have, the liberties and the freedoms. In that moment, we look around, and every year we see fewer veterans. Those brave men and women who have served in numerous wars, who in each year gathering at the cenotaph, there are fewer of them. And we do, as the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River said, we miss them. So I'm going to try to get through this because one of my favorite friends who's in that category I want to speak of. But first, to thank Peter Chance, who's one of the members of my riding, who is coming up to his 102nd birthday. He served in the Royal Canadian Navy, commander retired. He served in the Battle of the Atlantic and D-Day and the Korean War. And please God, he will be there on next November 11th at the Cenotaph in Sydney in British Columbia. He's doing remarkably well, and he enjoys sharing the stories of his time with those younger people who need to know what it was like. But one of our other major local heroes, Major retired Charles Chick Goodwin, and certainly well known to the member from Durham, who went with Chick Goodman for the memorials for the role of the Canadian military in liberating the camps in the Netherlands. Chick served in France and Belgium and was wounded in the Netherlands. As a member of the South Saskatchewan Regiment, he was part of the original Canadian group to liberate Camp Westerbork. Now, I mention this now because there's something that I hope the Minister and her colleague, the Minister of Finance, will do for our veterans while there's still time. My dear friend Chick Goodman, who is now 96, is in palliative care, and his wife gave me permission to share this with all of you. She is standing vigil with him. He's not expected to last many more days, and I don't think he'll be with us at the cenotaph. But his most profound wish is that his wife of 36 years can get a veteran's pension. She falls under what we call, and the member for North Island, Powell River knows this well, the gold diggers clause. All we have to do is lift it. So we speak these words to honor our veterans. There's something tangible we can do. And Chick Goodman would certainly like to know, before he breathes his last, that his dear wife, Nancy, his wife of 36 years, no gold digger, will have a pension from this government for the service of her brave husband, a real war hero. I will not say more now, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I could. But all of us gather, never forget, and also, as we remember, do what we can to be of service to those who sacrificed so much for us. Thank you.
And I want to thank all members for their interventions, and at the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. All right, on to the next. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is a common petition that's been presented over the last number of weeks, and it is with respect to some of the atrocities that we're witnessing in China, and the specific requests of the petitioners are that the government the Parliament pass a resolution to establish a means to stop Chinese communist regime crime from systematically murdering the Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. Second, that we amend the Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting. And finally, that they call publicly to an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. The second petition that I will present today, Mr. Speaker, more relates directly to my district and to my riding of Kingston and the Islands. One of those islands is Howe Island. They have a ferry service to access the island. In recent weeks, the ferry capacity, the number of vehicles, has been reduced pretty much without warning. The petitioners understand that there are some requirements that are being required of the Ministry of Transportation to reestablish that capacity to a full capacity. However, they are asking the minister to directly work with the vessel operator so that the capacity can be temporarily reimposed at its maximum, and give the vessel operator the opportunity to properly modify the vessel so that they can be in compliance with the requests of the Ministry of Transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, Présentation de petition, the honourable member for Mission Mascouche, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to table a petition on behalf of British Columbians who are concerned by the number of BC-bound salmon being caught by ever-expanding Alaskan fisheries. According to Watershed Watch, more than $15 million worth of sockeye, Chinook, and coho salmon is caught each year by Alaskan pink fisheries. With the Pacific Salmon Commission meeting early next year, these residents hope the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans will raise their concerns. Signatories call on the Government of Canada to demand a renegotiation of the Pacific Salmon Treaty to address the expansion of Alaskan fisheries and other interceptions of BC-bound Canadian salmon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Uxbridge.
Thank you, Pickering Uxbridge, but it's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to put forward today. The first is citizens sign this petition calling on the House of Commons to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation that would require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains, require companies to do their due diligence, including carefully assessing how they may be contributing to human rights abuses or environmental damage abroad, and also result in meaningful consequences for companies that fail to carry out the report, and establish legal right for people who have been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts. Mr. Speaker, the second petition I table today is in regards to petitioners have signed talking about multinational seed companies are gradually replacing the immense diversity of farmer seeds by industrial varieties. They call on the House to adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, and ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers, and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the global south to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners, and I'm honored to present their petition today, are looking for transparency and accountability in government. They acknowledge that transparency and accountability are the two main pillars of good governance, and that this government has no external tools to hold elected officers accountable. They note that this is partly at least based on the lack of proportional representation for fair voting. The petitioners believe that the situation will be improved with the creation of an arm's-length integrity committee to report to the public on a regular basis and to ensure elected officials are accountable, transparent, and exhibit good governance. They call on the government to create such an arm's-length integrity commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I have two petitions, to table before the House today. The first is a situation that's close to my heart, and that relates to street crime. And the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou, particularly people who are resident to downtown Kamloops, call for this chamber to legislatively respond to recent decisions from the Supreme Court of Canada, particularly as they relate to bail. Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition that calls on this government to immediately revoke the permit to return the sanctioned Nord Stream 1 turbines to Russia via Germany, and to enact further economic sanctions on Russia as deemed feasible and desirable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Présentation de pétition, presenting the petitions. Nope, thank you. Moving on to questions on the order paper, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Thank you. Notices of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please. You okay with that?
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to seek leave for an emergency debate tonight on the draconian use of the notwithstanding clause.
The member didn't have to stand on a point of order because he was next on the schedule anyway. So it's good to be practiced and getting ready here. So now, request for emergency debates. The Honourable Member. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre to rise and make a brief intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to seek leave for an emergency debate on the authoritarian use of Section 33, the notwithstanding clause, on some of the lowest paid public sector workers we have here in Ontario. This is an attack on the charter rights of not just the CUPE workers, but all workers across the country. Mr. Speaker, $39K is not enough. These workers have had 10 years of deferred maintenance, deferred wages, many years at a 0% freeze. These are mostly women, Mr. Speaker, and the government's use under Doug Ford for the notwithstanding clause, preempting any kind of negotiations, shows the lack of faith that they've had in this process. I stand today in solidarity with the leader of the official opposition Ontario, Peter Tabuns, and his my NDP colleagues in that legislature, calling on this government for their lies. Doug Ford is absolutely a liar. He is lying about the impacts that it has.
Order. I mean, just the usage of that term in the House of Commons is not really acceptable. So I would ask the member for Hamilton Centre maybe to retract that and find a more appropriate word.
Just to be clear, though, that is only pertaining to the members within this House. And given that Premier is outside of this House, I will not withdraw my comments because he is misleading Ontarians on the impact that this is going to have on these workers. This is serious, and it is extortion, Mr. Speaker. He is extorting these workers in order to negotiate in favor of the government. And for these reasons and this purpose, I think it's important for every worker across this country to pay close attention to this Premier's use of the notwithstanding clause, because make no doubts about it, they will be using this for workers in every province across this country unless we stand up for these workers here today and now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Hamilton Centre for his intervention. However, the chair is not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. I wish to inform the House that I have also received a notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Carleton, the Leader of the Opposition, to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think all parents would agree that the matter I'm about to raise is indeed an emergency. Across this country, there have been shortages of medications required for pain relief by small infants and babies. Children's Tylenol, ibuprofen, and others are necessary to relieve the often intense pain that young children feel during sickness, teething, or other conditions. And it has been come to be expected that you can go to a local drugstore and get these medications. Unfortunately, in Canada, that has not been the case. There have been shortages right across the country. We raised this matter a month ago. And the good news is that in the United States, they do not appear to have this problem. We did check online today and found it was easy to order these medicines, but you need an American address to get them. So the American shelves are stocked here in Canada. They are empty. I want to thank the honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, who had brought this to my attention, and she was the one who first alerted me to this crisis. She is a young parent, as I am a parent, though not a young one, and I can tell you we were lucky last night. My little one needed a little bit of children's Tylenol. We had a few pills left, but I can't imagine what kind of night it would have been for her and us if we had run out. So on behalf of parents right across the country, Conservatives are seeking an emergency debate on how Canada can restore its supply chains and supply parents and children with these necessary medications that are available in other countries, but for some reason that the Prime Minister still can't explain, they're not available here in Canada. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Carleton for his intervention. However, the chair is not satisfied that his request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 28 minutes.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Nunavut on Indigenous Affairs, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke on taxation, and the honourable member for Kitchener Centre on housing. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, Senate, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill S5, Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act.
And I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Oshawa.
Merci, Monsieur le... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today for this debate on Bill S5.
Background, just for people listening this afternoon, Bill S5 is an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act and to repeal the perfluorooctane sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act. So, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999, the CEPA, has not been significantly updated since it was passed in 1999. So S5 is the first major update of this very important bill. And before I get started, I just want to remind people watching that the word conservative, if you look at the root of our name of our party, is to conserve. And we've always been committed to protecting our ecosystems and our environment. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some things in this bill that are good, and there's some that I want to explain that aren't so good. So let's start by talking about what is good and what's supportable in this bill right from the start. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill modernizes our environmental regulations in this act. So, as I said in my opening, it's been a long time and it is definitely overdue. It also reduces some of the red tape. So this is a good thing. You know, it helps our competitiveness. It helps people do business. It helps these environmental assessments get done and done properly. It also allows other ministers to manage substances where another federal act is more appropriate. So again, more efficiencies, Mr. Speaker. It allows environmental risk assessment for drugs to be done solely under the Food and Drugs regulations, and it removes duplicate monitoring under CEPA. So again, Mr. Speaker, as someone who served as the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment and Health, I see how these work together, and I see these as very positive things. But there are some things in here, Mr. Speaker, that aren't so good. So it does introduce the concept of the right to a healthy environment. So again, this is a good thing. However, the bad thing about that is it's not defined. You know, what is the right to a healthy environment? And, you know, the Liberals have had a long time to actually approach this and define it, so it gives certainty. But unfortunately, they're going to have 2 years to define that. So anything that adds uncertainty, I find, is not a good thing, Mr. Speaker. It also has several amendments that were put forth by the Senate that really aren't in the best interests of Canadians. So I'll talk about one of them. They introduced a new term, for example, in one of the amendments called a vulnerable environment, again, without defining it. So this is more uncertainty. And Mr. Speaker, it gives a little bit more power to the minister, which is very subjective. So business and environmental institutions want some certainty. So that's a bit of a problem. What I find is really a big problem with it is it allows anyone to request that a minister assess whether a substance is capable of becoming toxic. So let's look at this a little bit more closely. What that means, Mr. Speaker, is that anyone in Canada can bring forward a letter or a request to a minister, and the time that this would take, the amount of people that would be interested in doing this could be unbelievably large. So in one part of the bill, it does help remove red tape, but then in another part like this, it increases it. I would like to talk a little bit about the plastic industry because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm from Oshawa, and we like to manufacture stuff, and one of the things that we have a history of is automotives. And plastic's one of those substances that allows automobiles to be lighter and more efficient, which when you're thinking about the environment, you think that's a good thing. Now, with this bill, what we've got now is the plastic manufactured products are listed in Schedule 1, Part 2. So the Alberta government is actually taking the government to court over this because it's very, very serious. What they did, the government renamed Schedule 1. So it's no longer called a list of toxic substances, Mr. Speaker, but what it does do, substances are still referred to as toxic in the Act. Now, this is problematic. So just to explain it to the House, what I did is I looked up the definition of toxic. So I'd like to read it into the record, Mr. Speaker. Toxic is containing or being poisonous material, especially when capable of causing death or serious debilitation. It's of, relating to, or caused by a toxin or another poison. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem. Plastics, we just came out of a pandemic, for example, and plastics were an extremely important part of us being able to manage that. As I said, car parts. From where I come from, this is going to be really important. And I don't think the government is actually taking a look at the economic cost of changing this and making plastics being called a toxin. It's something that I'm really worried about. I think we have to look at this in committee and make sure that we change it, because what is the motivation here? I think it's going to cause a lot of fear, Mr. Speaker. We can pick up things here in this House, whether it's a phone, it can be something, an earpiece, these are all plastics. And I wonder, what is the motivation? I mentioned Alberta is taking this to court against the government. It seems that the government, whenever they get a chance, they want to beat up Alberta. It's horrible, because this is another economic driver. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very uncomfortable with it. So if we can elaborate a little bit more about the plastics. You know, what do people think about this past pandemic? When they think about plastics, they think about PPE. They think about something that's very sanitary. It has trusted performance. We can make sure it's going to do what it's going to do, and it's very convenient. So if we start to call these things toxic and we're dealing with in healthcare, does it even make sense? What are going to be the options for physicians and hospitals if they can't use plastic? Mr. Speaker, in Oshawa, you know, we see what we can build with cars, but sometimes there is no real option other than plastics. So what is going to happen if we enforce this legislation? What I see, Mr. Speaker, happening is it's going to drive plastic manufacturing outside the country. I think a lot of it, too, is going to be driven to areas that don't have really great environmental laws and protections that we have here. So you mentioned, I can mention China, and maybe I'm going to talk a little bit more about that if I can get to it. But I think when you're looking at plastics, everybody would like to see less plastics, for example, go into the oceans. I think everybody is okay and in agreement with that. But Canada isn't the problem here, and so we're putting something in where 93% of the plastics dumped into the oceans come from 10 rivers, and 7 of those are in Asia. One is the Yangtze River in China, 2 are in Africa. So the government here is going to be driving jobs out of Canada. It just doesn't make sense. We do this really, really well. Canada's not the problem. We should not be getting punished because the government really hasn't thought this through, Mr. Speaker. You know, let's take a look at the competitiveness issue. No matter what, if we're not manufacturing them here in this country, we're going to still have to use them. I know the Prime Minister doesn't really talk about monetary policy, doesn't really think about it, but other people in the House, other MPs, we have to. We really have to look after our communities that are going to be hit really hard, for example, this winter. So let's take a step back here and allow this to go to committee, because having these plastic bans sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you know, they sound good, and the Liberals like things that sound really good, but they may actually have a negative effect on the environment, because you have to substitute different products. And maybe if I can talk about how this is starting to happen and affect everyday people. I took my mom out for dinner last night, okay? She's 94 years old. One of the places she loves to go is Swiss Chalet. So have a drink, okay? And instead of a plastic straw, we've got one of these paper straws. And if I can just go for a little bit of statistical analysis here, we're going to this restaurant, and instead of a plastic straw that actually takes 39 kilojoules of energy to make, and the life cycle, it emits 1.5 grams of carbon dioxide, We now have a paper straw, which actually takes 96 kilojoules of energy, and over its life cycle emits 4.1 grams of CO2. So the problem, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of these Liberal policies, they sound good, but really they're going in the wrong direction. So I'd like to continue. I know I'm running out of time, but I welcome questions from my colleagues.
I'm just wondering if that Swiss chalet was with sauce or without sauce. The questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that Swiss chalet was an excellent choice by his mother. At 94 years old, I'd love to know the secret to living that long, so maybe he could share that with me later, but maybe it's Swiss chalet. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, you know, I've heard this argument from the other side of the House a number of times about plastic straws versus paper straws. You know, former progressive conservatives like Brian Mulroney, didn't care where acid rain started or didn't care who was directly responsible for the depletion of the ozone layer. They saw them as global problems, and they saw Canada's unique position to be leaders in confronting those problems. Why are the Conservatives insistent on drilling down into the micro details of how much kilojoules are created during the process of making something, rather than looking at the global problem and seeing Canada's as an opportunity to lead in terms of change that the globe needs?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague from Kingston, and hopefully one day we get to share that chicken at Swiss Chalet. And hopefully he's paying this time. We'll see. Mr. Speaker, let's actually talk about results, because he talks about Brian Mulroney, and that's exactly right. Brian Mulroney realized that you had to take action, but the action had to have results. I brought up the issue of the straw because, Mr. Speaker, literally millions of straws are used every year, and it's going in the wrong direction. It's absolutely going in the wrong direction. Add that to some of the other Liberal policies, like the carbon tax, for example, which we see that it's done absolutely nothing to lower emissions. Let's look at the record of the Liberal Party. They haven't actually met any of their targets. So we can talk, we can kind of massage things, but at the end of the day, Conservatives on this side, we want results. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that our economy keeps growing and that we're a good place to do business. And this we'll support it, but we have to send it to committee because some of these amendments, and it does have problems with the bill.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Opontimee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a few things to say, but first of all, I would just like to tell him, yes, of course, there's a plastics problem in Canada because if it ends up in the rivers in China or elsewhere, it's because plastic goes everywhere. So really, we're just downloading the problem. The other thing is, when I look at what's being amended in S5, we can see a number of factors that need to be considered before substances become toxic. So it's not just about the minister saying yes or no, it's toxic. There are a number of factors. And lastly, I'd like to thank my colleague and the opposition party for saying that they're going to vote in favor so we can study it in committee. The Honourable Member.
Again, I'd like to thank my colleague. What I'm talking about here is perspective, and we have to look at what Canada can do. And I was quite correct when I said 93% of the plastics that go into the ocean come from 10 rivers that aren't in Canada. Now, we are successful at recycling, and we can get better. But when you put in something that is going to be absolutely doing the exact opposite of what we should be doing, and as I said, we've got so many issues here with the carbon tax. I could have gone on and on about that, how it's, increasing our cost, increasing our competitiveness. What we want to see as Conservatives is something that's really going to be effective with the lowering of greenhouse gases and doing something positive for the environment. So I welcome my colleague. Hopefully we can get something together that'll make a positive impact for Canada.
We do have time for another short one. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. I'm happy to hear that he's looking for results and also in support of this going to committee to get some work done. New Democrats have been calling for the creation of an Office of Environmental Justice to address the disproportionate impacts of toxic substances and environmental hazards on Black, Indigenous, and racialized community. We know that the U.S. has an Office of Environmental Justice for nearly 30 years now, whereas Canada lacks a coordinated capacity to ensure racialized and disadvantaged communities have the same opportunity to enjoy environmental protections as other Canadians. Would the member support the creation of an Office of Environmental Justice like that which exists in the United States?
A very short answer, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of the important things that we can talk about when we debate it in committee. I think that there are many things that we can do as a country to make improvements. Unfortunately, the way the bill is written right now, it just isn't going to do that. So hopefully we get an opportunity to chat a little bit more in committee. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start by wishing a belated happy birthday. Yeah, I'm pleased to rise on S5. I haven't spoken in the House for a while, been too busy covering our committee, so it's nice to be back. Now, this is, of all the hundreds of bills I've debated, this one has to have the sexiest title, an act to amend Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drug Acts and to repeal a couple words I cannot pronounce, Virtual Elimination Act. Now, this bill basically replaces C-28, which the government had brought in the previous Parliament. Now, when introducing this bill, the current Environment Minister talked his usual propaganda when chatting about the bill. He talks about Canadian knowing the urgency of the need for this bill and that the government is responding to this urgency. And I have to laugh because, again, this bill existed in the previous Parliament, but the Environment Minister was part of a government that called an early election and effectively killed the bill, using crass political opportunism to take advantage of what was favorable polls at the time and also to kill the Winnipeg Lab Inquiry, so basically to kill their bill. Yes, the same one that is so urgent that the government sees with it, but they decided to waste a year by killing it by a cynical election. Now, generally, as my colleague before me commented from Oshawa, we support S5. Our chemical management plan is probably the best in the world. Our chemical engineering, especially in Alberta, DuPont, where I used to work in Fort Saskatchewan, chemical plant there, lots of great jobs, lots of very strong investment, high-paying jobs, which is very good for Canada. This bill will also modernize the CEPA and ensures it sticks with a risk-based approach to management as opposed to the more burdensome red tape, growing hazard-based approach. Now, the bill also recognizes a right to a healthy environment, which I generally support. I mean, who would not support a right to a healthy environment? But I have to say I have great concerns that it does not define what it is in this bill, and that it gives the government 2 years to do so. Now, the failure to actually define this issue can have great implications in the future. I'm very wary of a bill that says, by the Liberal government, just trust us on this issue and we'll get back to you. Now, they had 5 years of consultations, 5 years on consultations on this specific issue, and they're asking for 2 more. Now, of course, mind you, I have to say 5 years from this government being late is not bad. This is a government that's, 7 years behind on icebreakers, 7 years behind on joint supply ships, 7 years behind on fighter plane replacement, 7 years behind on the offshore patrol ships, 6 years behind on fixing the Phoenix pay fiasco, years late on buying handguns for our armed forces, years late on the frigate program, which has gone from $92 billion to $306 billion, years late on introducing whistleblower protection, years late in getting ATIPs processed. I actually have some ATIPs that are so late and so old that they could have actually gone through a graduate program at university at the time, and we still haven't got it brought to this House, just to give you an idea. And these are just the examples out of the Operations and Estimates Committee that I'm dealing with. I imagine every single person in this House has got further examples. Now, so I fear outright malfeasance from the Liberals on leaving this issue open. I generally acceptance of it, knowing the incompetency of this government, it will never get done. Now, speaking of not getting stuff done on the environment, we have this government, lots of big announcements. Like I mentioned, the Environment Minister, when introducing S5, he talked about the urgency to get it done. Canadians have an urgency, the government has an urgency. But they talk a lot, but they deliver very little. Yet at the same time, we have the same Environment Minister in the paper this week with a head title or a headline, Environment Minister slamming oil companies for sitting idle on the climate. And this is from the government that killed C-28, this bill, urgent bill before, in the last Parliament, and yet blaming the oil companies for not taking action. Now, we have some Alberta oil companies and transmission companies that are actually working on the environment, not sitting idle. TransCanada Pipelines is investing in solar and wind for both their customers and to power their ops. Enbridge is building green energy to power their products. They're investing in 24 wind farms, 5 waste heat recovery facilities, hydrogen facilities as well. Now, these are companies that are investing in green technology despite the government planning to phase them out, despite getting slammed for doing nothing by this Environment Minister. Both these companies as well have committed to zero carbon emissions by 2050, or neutral anyways. Suncor, CNRL, and others as well since 2012, so just about a decade, have spent $10 billion on green energy R&D. Suncor, CNR, and Cenovus alone have spent over $1 billion in 2020 alone in green R&D. Now, if you remember 2020, during the worst of COVID, oil had a negative price. Oil companies and people would have to pay to store the oil. CNRL lost $250 million in 2020. Imperial Oil lost $1.3 billion. Suncor lost $3.2 billion, and yet we're still investing in green energy R&D. The same people the Environment Minister is slamming for sitting on the sidelines. They are actually getting stuff done, while this government is not. They had $5 billion in losses, just those 3 companies, and yet still invested $1 billion, $10 billion alone last decade. And this is from an industry that's had to recover or weather the downturn in 2014 in oil, the 2020 crash, the Alberta provincial NDP trying to block pipelines, and we know the former premier with the NDP actually went on TV and said that she would block Northern Gateway. And of course, we have the Liberal government with C-69, the No New Pipeline Bill, C-48, and everything else they're trying to do to destroy that industry that is investing in green R&D. The Environment Minister attacking, though, is not, the Environment Minister, though, is attacks for not doing enough, but they are doing their part for Canada. Now, I suggested the Environment Minister, when he attacks these people for not doing enough, that people in glass houses should not be throwing rocks, or in his case, people in glass greenhouses should not be throwing rocks. I'm going to look at the minister's own department results. And these are numbers from the Treasury Board. These are not my numbers. These are not made-up numbers. This is from GC Infobase from the departmental results. In 2021, the Environment Minister achieved, with this department, 14% of their targets. Wow. 14, 1 out of every 7. 14%. 2020 was 27%. 2019, 23%. So their best year in the last 3 years, they've barely got to 25%, 1/4 of their targets. The minister has the gall to attack Alberta's oil industry for not doing their part. He attacks our Canada's largest exporter of goods. the largest employer in Canada, the largest industrial employer in Canada of Indigenous, the Minister attacks. The largest investor in green R&D in the private sector, he attacks for not doing enough. Yet he presides over the abysmal failure in his own department of just 14%. I wonder if the Environment Minister would have stopped at scaling just 14% of the stairs at the CN Tower when he was illegally doing his protest and consider 14% a success. Other failures from this government, the Auditor General reports in the Greening Government that the government has failed on their results. Exact words from the government Auditor General: government decision makers, parliamentarians, and Canadians do not know if the government will meet its target. And it actually gets worse. The Treasury Board requires, as part of Greening Government strategy, department ADMs, Assistant Deputy Ministers, to sign off on the integrity of this government's emission reduction reports. 74% of the bureaucrats have refused to sign off on their emission targets. We'll support S5, but we actually need action, not just talk from this government, Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member Vancouver Granville.
As a British Columbian, we have seen firsthand the impact of climate change. We've seen the impact of what happens to our communities which have been devastated by flooding, fire, so on and so forth. And so I sit here and I listen to the member opposite talk about failures of this government to promote the ongoing destruction of the environment. And I guess I'm led to wonder, how does this member reconcile his views with the fact that people like Preston Manning have come forward and said carbon pricing is a good idea? Stephen Harper agrees that carbon pricing is a good idea. I mean, the godfather of the Conservative Party himself. So I'm left wondering here, what is the Conservative Party's policy on climate change? What is their plan to stop climate change, Mr. Speaker? I'd love to know.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank my colleague for a rather amusing question. I grew up in Vancouver, so it's nice to chat with someone there. It's funny, he talks about what would we do. I'll tell you what we would not do. We would not put out government emissions reports that their own bureaucrats refuse to sign off on, refuse to state, yes, we signed off, these are correct. We would not do that. This government, we would actually have results achieved. We wouldn't sit by and congratulate ourselves for failing 86% of our targets. Wow. Targets that talked about engaging Indigenous people in consultations on prosperity, on resource development. We would actually get stuff done. We wouldn't just sit there, fly across the country from Vancouver to Ottawa, and then complain about carbon emissions.
Here, here. Commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member from Mulcan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Conservative colleague is right to say that we went from C25, 28 to S5, so he's right about the parliamentary context. Much time was wasted, and that's a shame. The three fundamental elements of this bill, and which are set out in Section 2, there is taking into account exposure to vulnerable populations. Then there's more reference to toxic substance and to demand labeling with regard to dangerous substances. Now, that is in the current version of the bill. Now, does my colleague agree with those elements of the bill?
In West.
As I mentioned, I will be supporting this bill. There are a lot of good points in this. There has been some engagement with the industry who have commented, yes, we like this, this, and this. There are some issues that we will be seeking amendments in committee. So yes, while we will be supporting the bill, there are some amendments that we do need to consider. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listening to my Conservative colleague, I'm reminded that the Conservative Party has come a long way since Stephen Harper called climate crisis a socialist plot. They're now at least acknowledging that it's real. There's been alarming information that's come out in the last couple days that strikes a great deal of consternation as to whether or not we'll actually be able to keep climate change and the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. In fact, we're now looking at a 2-degree temperature increase. Yet this government, while claiming to care about the climate crisis, has purchased and is expanding the Trans Mountain Pipeline, approved the Bay du Nord project, and is also now talking about expanding LNG exports as well. To my honourable colleague, does he think that Canada can meet our Paris Accord commitments and actually reduce carbon emissions in this country and still at the same time pursue all of those fossil fuel expansions in this country?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I thank my colleague from Kingsway, Vancouver Kingsway for the comment. I recognize their ideological base wants to shut down oil and gas. Our reality is the same issues that he has brought forward are the same drivers of our economy, the same drivers of our prosperity that allows us to enjoy the living we have. To move away from this would strip our economy tens and tens of billions of dollars. The Auditor General report on the just transition alone states if we did this, it would be as devastating to Alberta as the cod fishery closures. We're not ready to sacrifice the livelihood of Albertans and many other Canadians for their ideology.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to join in debate this afternoon. And I thank my colleague from Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, for his remarks. I do appreciate this. And the member from Vancouver Kingsway talked about a socialist plot, and I do think there are some socialist plots, but I don't think it involves the environment. I think it's more or less about wealth redistribution than anything else, Mr. Speaker. But they are quite cagey there on the NDP side, so I look forward to answering questions from them after the speech. And another member from Vancouver on the Liberal side asked, "What's the plan of the Conservatives when it comes to the environment?" Well, I would put this to him: is several private members' bills were put forward last session before the unnecessary election was called, and one of them was to ban dumping of raw sewage into lakes, rivers, and oceans, and make sure that we could clean up the St. Lawrence River. Yep. And that private member's bill was put forward by my honourable colleague from Regina Coppell. And for only God knows why, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals voted against that bill. They voted against the ban on dumping raw sewage into our pristine lakes, rivers, and oceans in Canada. So when they talk about the environment and talk about what would be a Conservative plan, one would think a very good start was to ensure that we don't put pollutants into our water system, Mr. Speaker. I think that would be a rational conversation and something that any government should do. We have the capacity. We have their failed infrastructure bank that could have put money in to make sure municipalities had the money to upgrade their infrastructure so that we wouldn't put raw sewage into our water systems in this country, and that would be one start. So if you ask that question again, I think I may have preemptively answered that question for him already. Another bill that was put forward last Parliament, and was part of a Conservative campaign plan, was to make sure that we stop using dumping plastics. My member from Lake Simcoe brought it forward, and stop dumping plastics in other countries, and making sure that we look after our own waste, Mr. Speaker. And once again, unknown to many in this chamber, the Liberals voted against that private member's bill as well from a Conservative, trying to make sure that we have a cleaner, greener environment that we pass on to the next generation. So a couple of those private members' bills that we put forward last session, Mr. Speaker, before the election of 2021, would have definitely been concrete measures that the Conservatives put forward to make sure the environment is cleaner. So I'd like to have that conversation and put that on the record, that there have been several measures that we've looked as a party to make sure that we do ensure our environment stays clean. One of the other things about this bill is my friend from Edmonton West had said we will be supporting this to committee looking for amendments, and it hasn't been updated and amended. The SEPA hasn't been amended since 1999, so I think there are some things that need to be changed, and we look forward to having that conversation in committee. But another thing that we've asked our Liberal counterparts as well is, what is their environmental plan? This is a change to SEPA, but what's their plan to ensure emissions go down? Because they have a carbon tax, but that definitely isn't an environmental plan. It's a tax scheme. And under this government, emissions have continued to increase. And they brought forward policies now recently. Another example would be the reduction of fertilizer use on farms across the country. Well, that's not an environmental plan either, Mr. Speaker. That's just a plan to hamstring our producers, our ranchers, our farmers even more when they're trying to feed the world. So that's not a climate plan either. So we had asked that same question to our Liberal colleagues across the way, because I'm talking to residents in Saskatchewan and around the country, and they want to know what's the actual benefit of the fertilizer reduction plan. And one of the biggest things that I hear is it's going to result in less food in Canada. Or on the flip side, if they want our farmers and producers to continue to produce the same amount of food with less fertilizer, you're going to have to use more arable land. And using more land will result in what, Mr. Speaker? It would result in more machinery being used, higher fuel consumption, because you have to actually use more land to produce the same amount of food. So a lot of times when we hear these Liberals' environmental policies, actions, they have some unintended consequences, which I think, I'm hoping anyway, the fact is that they either haven't done their homework or they don't understand what it takes to produce food. So when I see the environment being impacted in some different ways when they bring forward these policies, that's what I'd like to bring to the table, is maybe they don't understand what it takes to actually produce the food that ends up in the grocery stores across the country. Another thing that I would say to the environmental plan that we've put forward is we've also put forward, the Conservatives put forward the policy of the Clean Air Act as well. And these are all things that we've taken steps to try and ensure that we have a cleaner environment for the next generation. I have 3 young children, Mr. Speaker, and I think everyone in this chamber wants to ensure that they have the opportunity to enjoy a clean environment, just like we did growing up as children. I grew up on a family farm. We took the sustainability of our farm very seriously. If we didn't have grassland, our cattle couldn't be fed. If we didn't have the proper soil nutrients in our hayland so we could produce hay, then we didn't have feed to feed the dairy cows, because I grew up on a dairy as well, Mr. Speaker. So we had to make sure that there were nutrients in the soil, that we did conserve water, that we did have runoff, and we had tree rows that would collect the snow so there would be runoffs. So producers have been environmental stewards for generations. It is not because of any government policy.
Point of order from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I apologize to my honourable colleague for Regina Leuven, but in the last debate on S5, the great majority of speeches had no connection to S5. I rose on a point of order several times at that time, Mr. Speaker, and I referenced at this point Standing Order 11, sub 2, that when the attention of the House is called to the conduct of a member whose presentation is irrelevant or repetitious, the member can be asked by the Speaker to discontinue the speech, and if the member continues, the Speaker shall name the member. It's a serious standing order that speeches be relevant, and I have not yet, and I've been listening carefully, I've heard a lot about how the Conservatives feel about Liberals' environmental record, much of which I will agree with. But this debate is on S5, and I feel rather guilty when Liberals ask me why I opposed shutting down debate. Debate has to be about the subject before us on the standing orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for that intervention. I will remind all members of the House that when we are debating here, that we should stay relevant to the bill at hand. We do give a lot of leeway when it comes to getting all of their thoughts out. I will also remind the member for Regina Leuven, maybe to, with the 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in his time, that maybe he can get back to the bill. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time, and I'm glad I have 3 minutes left. And I actually feel sorry for the member from Saanich Gulf Islands who wouldn't understand that environment agriculture go hand in hand, and talking about what we do in agriculture to make sure there is a sustainable environment does actually pertain to the bill. So my sympathies go out for her for not being on a farm and having the realization of how important agriculture is to a clean environment going forward. Which leads me into the next step, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order from the honourable member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that this is the treatment I got in the last debate, particularly from a number of members who attacked me for raising our rules. I know a lot about farms. I'm from a rural riding. The honourable member may not know how many dairy farms are in my riding. This is not about me. This is about trying to listen to the standing orders so that this place will work better.
I want to thank the member again for the intervention. I thought I made myself clear on it, so I would remind maybe the member for Regina Louvain so we can get done with this 3 minutes and 11 seconds that we have in the honourable member's time. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that interjection again. And I know my colleague from Sanders Gulf Island knows the rules very, very well, and I appreciate her constantly trying to remind everyone how much better she is at rules and knowing the rules. So I appreciate her interjections as well as her thoughts continuously. So, Mr. Speaker, I wrap up with a few comments about the environment and how I think that, once again, I put forward the conversation on how Conservatives have had the opportunity to put forward bills that would help the environment and make the environment cleaner, Mr. Speaker. And my friend from Lake Simcoe put forward one. My friend from Regina Coppell put forward bills. And when I look at Bill S5, the Canadian Canadian Environmental Protection Act that has been amended since 1999, so I put that on the record. And we will be talking about this more in amendments in the committee when it goes to committee, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I'd say that I'm very happy to answer any questions that may have about S5, and I cannot wait to hear what my friend from Kingston and the Island has to ask, because I see he's waving his hand, so I will not let him wait any longer, and he can take to his feet.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I do have a question for this member, because I always get a kick out of when Conservatives, the Conservative plan for dealing with the environment is talking about dumping sewage into our rivers and lakes. And it's a very important issue. I won't dispute that, but I'll forgive the member if he doesn't understand how the sewage system works, Mr. Speaker. But basically, you have pipes in a municipality, and they all lead to a pool. And when that pool fills up, you got to do something with the water. Now, unfortunately, the legacy of the way that municipalities have been created over the last number of decades and centuries in our country is that the storm water is connected with the sewage water. And so when you have increased storm events, those pools fill up faster. Now, there are various different ways, and this is what I'd like the member to comment on. There are various different ways that you can actually control that, and deal with that problem. You can have gray infrastructure solutions, which basically build larger tanks to hold and to deal with the increased flow. You can have green infrastructure that tries to localize the sewage more individually to deal with it before putting it into this network of sewers and pipes that lead to this pool. So I'm wondering, I know that Conservatives are against dumping the sewage, and they should be, as we all should be, but what's their solution to actually dealing with it? Can he propose a solution?
You know a lot of it.
For Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Always I enjoy my friend across the way's presentation, and I'd say one thing I did put forward, if he was listening to my speech, and the relevance to this was actually use the infrastructure bank to ensure that municipalities got some of that money so they could upgrade their infrastructure. Right. And then what I wouldn't have done, Mr. Speaker, is in an omnibus budget bill, make sure that Montreal could continue to dump millions of liters of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence for another 10 to 15 years without talking to anyone about that. So I think I appreciate the lesson in municipal infrastructure. I live in a municipality as well, and I thank him very much for that. But there is the way that the federal government had capacity to help municipal infrastructures make sure that they could use that and not dump raw sewage in our lakes, rivers, and oceans. And I'd say he should take that back to his cabinet and to his Cabinet Minister of Infrastructure and say, instead of just leaving the money here and maybe building pipelines in China, maybe they should build some water infrastructure in Canada.
Here, here. In comments, and I know the member for Saanich Gulf Islands has gotten up a couple of times to ask questions, so the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member, and I appreciate that that he's shared his views on so many topics, but specific to S5, a number of members of Parliament have suggested that the reference to plastics under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act is tantamount to a ban on plastics. I just want to make sure that in reading the bill, the honourable member will agree with me that S5 does not ban any plastics. S5 creates the ability for the federal government to move ahead on existing commitments, and not all plastics are on the radar for any regulation. Only a very small number, and far too small, a variety of single-use plastic items are slated for regulation. The bill only creates the opportunity for future regulations, and no one is proposing banning all plastics.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, I appreciate the conversation and the conversations we've had in our caucus. It's heavily regulated, but it's not banned, the plastics, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate my honourable colleague taking the time to ask such a thoughtful question, as I always appreciate her interjections. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, I want to thank the member for his speech. One of the things inside S5 that I know that is concerning is the ability for anyone in Canada to ask for an assessment of a product. So maybe the member could speak to the challenges that this government is going to have when the government is effectively broken on so many levels, can't get things done. What will happen if every Canadian can ask for a substance to be assessed?
Member for Regina Louvain, 40 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's question. That's what happens with the government a lot of times. Let's talk about unintended consequences, whether it be its fertilizer reduction target, whether it be the targets in banning plastics, whether it be the S5. A lot of times when they bring forward policies, they haven't thought about and don't know what the actual consequences are going to be. We see this as the government has been broken. Passport offices are broken. Immigration is broken. Mr. Speaker, there's so many things this government has got wrong over the last 7 years. This could probably just be added to the list. Thank you very much.
Now, resuming debate. No? Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Monsieur Guilbeault, appuyé par...
Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves that Bill S5, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 and to make related amendments to the Food and Drugs Act and to repeal the perfluorooctane sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion be carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd request a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Thursday, November 3rd, 2022, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Just on point of order, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at the appropriate time to start private members' business.
Is it agreed? Yep. Here we go. Accordingly, the House now will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Second reading of Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. In the name of Mr. Garon. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Blanchet-Jonca, moves that Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. Debate. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleagues for being here today. For a government, there's nothing more important than a public service. A public service has needs to be competent, needs to be accountable. Our public servants' work needs to be promoted. those who are best placed to detect irregularities in the management of public funds, in the use of Crown assets, as they are called here. Well, these people are public servants. Sometimes, when these elements have a sense of responsibility, they become whistleblowers. Whistleblowers indeed, and this is an essential role. And that is why we must protect them. We also have to strengthen the mechanisms that allow these public servants to disclose reprehensible acts. So there is a statute that protects public servants that are whistleblowers. This act emanates from where? From the sponsorship scandal, first of all. We know that the program was very problematic from 1997 to 2001. It comes from the 95 referendum, where the federal government wanted to have more visibility in Quebec, and where the federal government decided to show the Canadian flag in all cultural and social spheres in Quebec. On top of being a bad program, this program became a mechanism where communication firms close to the Liberal Party would get very lucrative contracts, and the money was directly sent back, directly or indirectly, into the pockets of the Liberal Party of Canada. What was the effect of all this? It harmed public confidence and taxpayer confidence in government and government operations. It also jeopardized the democratic process. People need to have trust in our system. We're not talking about small amounts. This is the proven dilapidation of $250 million in public funds that led to the Gomery Commission. And we remember that the Paul Martin government was severely punished. It was re-elected as a minority in 2004, and then Canadians and Quebecers elected a high number of Bloc Québécois MPs and decided to kick the Liberals out and to give a minority mandate to the Harper government that very rapidly acted so that we may protect whistleblowers. If you remember, Madam Speaker, the Canadians were able to hear how bad the sponsorship scandal was, and that was thanks to a whistleblower called Machouette that regularly spoke to Daniel Leblanc and who had to be protected, had to go through legal means to protect his or her identity. So there was the Accountability Act at the beginning of the Harper era. Then the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act that came into effect on the 15th of April 2007, so you would understand that the world has changed, but for 15 years this act has not been amended, strengthened, rectified, and today the time has come to render a public service to our very skilled and competent public servants. So what does this bill seek to do, this C-290? It is to protect public servants who denounce reprehensible actions in the state and to create an investigative mechanism for these disclosures. We want them to be disclosed, but we want to contribute to the end of such actions from the government. What does the current act cover? Many things. It's an act that is ambitious. It was ambitious. The ambitions were good. Flouting regulations or federal laws by people in authority, abusive acts, usage of public funds or public goods, mismanagement in the public sector, risking the life, health, or safety of a human or the environment, apart from risks inherent to a public servant's job, because they still need to be able to do their job at the end of the day. Flouting codes of conduct, given the elements that I have iterated, ordering someone to commit one of the reprehensible acts that I've just enumerated.
Ça reste une loi qui est déjà assez ambitieuse et la loi est accompagnée de mécanismes, là, un mécanisme par lequel la divulgation peut avoir lieu. Parce qu'on veut qu'il y ait...
Because we want there to be a mechanism. We don't want whistleblowers to be calling journalists, secretly be sending documents that way. We want there to be a process which would protect anonymity and protect workers. The Integrity Sector Commissioner who can receive this information, investigate on allegations and possible reprisals. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we've created a tribunal for whistleblowers of a Reprehensible Act. So if the law is so good, why do we need C-290? Well, let's say it again. The principles of the law, which have been applied since 2007, are excellent, but the law has a lot of gaps. They're little gaps, they're little problems, but which, if you put them together in their entirety, make this law aberrant, because since it was put in place, there have been there have been less than 10 successful cases that have gone through it, and this goes along with the conclusions of the International Bar Association, which says that Canada's whistleblower laws are really not very good, that we're a problem at the international level, and there's a long list of countries that are beneath us, and it's absolutely embarrassing. And when they study the Canadian law, when the International Bar Association evaluated Canada's laws, Canada got a mark of 0 in 19 out of 20 criteria evaluation. And Madam Speaker, I know you're a curious person. Do you know what was the criteria where we didn't get 0? Well, that was on the fact that we just had a law. The fact that we had a law. That was the only mark we got. So there are some examples that we can follow. These examples are well known. For example, the European Union, Australia, the United States. These are examples that we can follow. We can follow in their footsteps. But what we're saying is that things need to change. They need to change for the better and for the good of taxpayers. So, Madam Speaker, there was a study done at committee in 2017, and there are certain colleagues in the House who worked very hard on that report. There were 12 meetings. There were 52 witnesses who spoke. There were 12 memoirs from experts that were looked at, from people who looked at this, who know it very well, and they exposed the problems with the bill, the law, and they made 15 recommendations. I know that one of the people who participated in writing that was Mr. Michael Dagg, who recently passed away, and with a number of my colleagues today, I'd like to thank him for the work that he did and honor that work. So the protection for public servants who disclose this information is insufficient. And because of the way that things are working, there's a lack of a confidence link with public servants. They know that the mechanism exists, but because they don't trust that it's going to work and because they're afraid that it's going to have a negative impact on them over the long time, it means that we have a law that isn't used, that public servants don't want it used. So what C-290 would do to fix some of those problems would... Well, what would the bill do, Madam Speaker? First of all, we want to enlarge the definition because it doesn't cover, for example, political interference, and that's a standard that should be in there. And so if a public servant divulges a case of political interference, we find ourselves in circumstances where the complaint will be rejected. It can't be considered or by the public service itself or by the commissioner. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we need to go to the bottom of things, and the current law doesn't let us go to the bottom of things because if there's a reprehensible action that is divulged, we can't fix the situation. So what we would do is Well, under the current law, if you go, it's a very formal process and difficult process to go see those who are responsible for receiving complaints. And the commissioner, the office that works on this has a very limited budget. They don't have resources. They don't have detailed knowledge of departments. And so that means that often the investigations lead nowhere. And, you know, they can refer things to law and order, but you know, what 290 would do is it would allow the Auditor General to look into these cases. And you'll remember, Madam Speaker, that during the sponsorship scandal, it was Ms. Sheila Fraser, the Auditor General at the time, who allowed us to shed some light on the things that were done. And third, we want to protect more people. So right now, the law protects public servants. It doesn't protect former public servants who might have been witnesses of reprehensible acts. It also doesn't protect contract employees, temporary employees. You know, somebody who works at CRA for a few months of the year, for example, during tax season, Madam Speaker, wouldn't be protected. And it's these people who are the most vulnerable in these circumstances because these people are in a precarious situation. They can easily be victims of intimidation or be victims of reprisals, Madam Speaker. On top of that, we need to rebuild trust with the public service. With the current law, we can refuse a complaint even if the reprehensible actions are well identified, because the commissioner can judge that the person who commits these acts had personal reasons to divulge what was done. And so I think you'll understand, Madam Speaker, the seriousness of that. You know, if you are going to divulge something, it means that you've seen something repeatedly for days or for years, and it's very difficult, you know, to deal with that in a workplace. And it's normal that somebody who sees this all the time is going to be bitter, is going to be anger. And so it's not normal that you know, based on the hypothesis that a public servant might have a profound human emotions at the base of this, that means we have to set aside all the facts. So this is a constructive bill, Madam Speaker. Why did I decide to table C-290 as my first private member's bill? You know, Madam Speaker, I'm a relatively new parliamentarian. It's because I think that it's important to table bills that are nonpartisan, bills that reflect the public interest. There is nobody here in this House, independent of all partisan politics, you know, and you know, there's nobody here in this room who doesn't want the goods of the state, of the crown, of the federal government be well managed and well used. There's nobody here who wants taxpayers, when they file their taxes in April or May, that taxpayer doesn't have confidence in the machinery of state, Madam Speaker. But before all, if I'm tabling this bill, it's out of respect for the thousands and thousands of professionals, people who dedicate their lives and their careers, who put time and energy into public service as public servants, Madam Speaker. And, you know, not updating the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act would prevent these people, these professionals, when they are faced with extremely difficult situations, it would prevent them from being able to do the best work that they can. So I think our public servants deserve Bill C-290. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Secrétaire parlementaire, oui.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He has shown, indeed, the importance of looking at this issue. We are soon going to be doing a full review of this act with expert support, and we want to make sure that the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act properly protects public servants. We also want to make sure that Canadians have full trust in our public institutions. So does he not believe that deeper work is required on this, given the seriousness and the impact of this act? The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, Madam Speaker, you know that I presume that people across the way are working in good faith, and that's why I hope that that work will be done. But I hope, Madam Speaker, that it's not a coincidence that as soon as Bill C-290, we see this intention to review the Act appear, Madam Speaker. You know, the committee that worked on this issue heard from witnesses, made recommendations. They did excellent work. Their report is very well done and exceptional. And Bill C-290 is based on the work that was done by that committee, and that's why I think, Madam Speaker, that the government should support Bill C-290 and not discard the intense and competent work that was done by the committee, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for this excellent private member's bill. I want to thank him as well for paying tribute to Mr. Michael Dagg, a hero of whistleblowers in Canada, who, along with Alan Cutler and several others, helped our committee write probably the gold bar for whistleblower protection, one that the government has ignored for 5 years. I want to ask my colleague what he thinks about the government sitting on this report and doing nothing about it for 5 years and then proposing to spend millions of dollars over the next 3 or 4 more years to study it rather than bringing in protection for our public servants immediately.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I wasn't here over the last few years, so, there's some things I don't want to comment on, but, private members' business are useful. They allow those of us, MPs and those around us, it allows us to focus on very important legislative points because the government, has a lot to deal with. There's a pandemic, there's going to be a recession, inflation, etc. And so that's why, for me, I'm tabling this bill with the goal of serving the public. So I don't want to presume why the government hasn't had the time to move forward on this. But, Madam Speaker, with C-290, they have the opportunity, the government, to work on this. And if they don't want to go forward with Bill C-290, then I would have good reasons to doubt of their good intentions. But for the meantime, Madam Speaker, I have to assume and hope that there will be collaboration from the government.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank the member for Mirabel for introducing this important bill. I think it's very important because especially in a time where we need to regain trust in our institutions, it's a very important instrument that can help build towards that. I do want to ask, though, about the systemic racism that many Indigenous peoples and Black and the BIPOC community experience from public servants, and how he could see maybe discussing this bill to make sure that those public servants that are perpetuating systemic racism would be addressed through this bill.
The honourable member for Mirabel. So, not that I want to sidestep the question, Madam Speaker. I will maybe not go into details because I'm not necessarily familiar with some of the details here. But what our colleague has said is that there is a lack of trust in our institutions to a certain extent. We've seen that in recent months. We saw that throughout the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And it's important that taxpayers, as I said earlier, that taxpayers who pay their taxes have confidence and trust that their taxes are going to be well managed. And it's important that taxpayers don't see the government as an open bar, but really as a serious state that has serious processes and procedures and which uses them in a serious way to deliver serious programs to people. And I think that in a modest but important way, C-290 can contribute to that.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very happy to have this opportunity to rise today to speak in the debate on Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Mirabel, for his well-written bill, Bill C-290. The work that's been done has been very useful and very important. I think that everyone will agree that public servants who divulge or disclose acts must be protected.
If we can strengthen those provisions, Madam Speaker, but how? C-290 offers some potential steps forward, but it also poses some important legal and operational challenges. Today I'm going to speak about what has been done to better protect whistleblowers, the upcoming comprehensive review of the Act, and what needs to be fixed in C-290 to help it create the positive change I know that my honourable colleague certainly intends. La loi sur la protection des fonctionnaires.
The Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act promotes work that is based on the ethics and integrity of the federal public service. This act is one of many mechanisms of recourse which are offered to public servants, which apply to harassment, discrimination, grievances at work, and complaints relative to privacy. Madam Speaker.
Made meaningful improvements to the system. We've implemented greater guidance for the internal disclosure process.
We have multiplied the awareness activities and training for public servants, supervisors, and managers. And we have also improved reports on the internal disclosure process and on certain reprehensible acts which are well-founded. The government has also put in place a centralized website within the government's portal, which will allow Canadians to have access to information on actions which have been the subject of disclosure within public federal institutions. In the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the President of the Treasury Board, the Minister was asked to continue to make progress on this and to take measures to improve the support and protection measures offered to whistleblowers within the government. And pursuant to that mandate letter, we will soon be undertaking a detailed review of the Act, during which recommendations for possible amendments to the Act will be looked at. Madam Speaker, this work will be led by a work group made up of experts, researchers, and union representatives. Their work will take into account research and the Canadian and international experience with similar acts, the report from the committee, as well as debates and witness testimony heard on Bill C-290.
To ensure that the law effectively protects and empowers public servants to shine a light on wrongdoing and helps strengthen Canadians' confidence in the integrity of our public institutions. Madam Speaker, this is what makes the bill before us so important. Le projet de loi C-290.
Bill C-290, in its current form, has some positive measures. This bill would expand protection to cover more public servants who would disclose wrongdoing. The bill would make the time to file a complaint, a reprisals complaint, it would bring it from 60 days to 1 year. It would also increase fines for offenses under different sections of the Act. It would also give the Integrity Commissioner the ability to disclose additional information in specific situations and circumstances. The Act would also have to be examined and reviewed every 5 years. These are strong proposals. The honourable member who has tabled this bill deserves our congratulations for his hard work and that he put into preparing this bill. That said, there are some issues in C-290 which should be studied in committee to ensure that the bill doesn't have any negative legal or operational consequences. Most of all, the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act seeks to fix serious ethical violations that are not subject to existing recourse mechanisms. The Act doesn't deal with ethical issues or replacing existing recourse mechanisms such as harassment, discrimination, workplace grievances, and complaints related to privacy protection. There are other recourse mechanisms such as the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Canada Labour Code, Canadian Law and Act on Health and Workplace Security, workplace violence and harassment prevention, the Canadian Human Rights Act, PIPEDA, and the Procurement Act. C-290 currently would lead to a lot of overlap and duplication in these processes. For example, imagine the proposal in this bill to eliminate the Integrity Commissioner's ability to refuse to address a complaint, a reprisals complaint that could be or has been reviewed under another act of Parliament. That would mean that many administrative bodies are seized with the same files.
Could result in wasted resources. It could also lead to inconsistent determinations, differing remedies, and duplicating settlements. Madam Speaker, I doubt that the honourable member had these consequences in mind. Another example is in the proposal in Bill C-290 to include abuse of authority in the definition of wrongdoing. This could lead to overlap with staffing complaints on the same allegations under the Public Service Employment Act. Once again, this could result in the potential for parallel proceedings and multiple decisions on the same matters that could contradict each other. Madam Speaker, we need to avoid introducing unnecessary duplication and confusion into the current system. And we must be careful not to undermine the value of grievances, which are an important tool for unions in the public sector. Other provisions, Madam Speaker, will change the degree of severity of wrongdoing covered under the Act, opening up the process to most trivial of misdemeanors, which will clog the system and reduce its effectiveness. C-290 also requires executives to provide support to a public servant involved in the disclosure which conflicts with the principle of confidentiality. En intégrant des entrepreneurs en vertu de la loi,
including entrepreneurs in the scope of the bill would make it such that there could be problematic employment relationships. C-290 could also cause infringement upon provincial jurisdiction, which I'm sure is very far from being my Bloc Québécois colleagues' intention. This bill also takes away from the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act the discretionary power to decide whether it should add another presumed author of reprisals as a party.
La personne ayant exercé les représailles.
This could expose whistleblowers in the case where the person who initiated the reprisal doesn't know who the complainant is. If I could just quickly conclude, Madam Speaker, my colleague has tabled a very important bill. The Parliament must absolutely give thought to this. Parliament must examine in committee the operational concerns I raised, or it might be worthy to see whether our review will lead us to even more complex reform. In conclusion, I thank my colleague for his work in preparing this bill. I eagerly await the next steps of the legislative process. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I thank my colleague, the member for Mirabel.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Mirabel for his bill.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
Is very dear to my heart. I, for 15 years, close to 15 years, was a public servant at Global Affairs Canada. And so I certainly know the importance of this legislation here today. This legislation, as outlined, amends the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act to strengthen current whistleblower protections for public servants. It expands the definition of the term wrongdoing. It broadens what is considered a supervisor so that public servants can make a protected disclosure to any superior within their organization. This is something very, I think, interesting because certainly if you're a deputy director, this means you can not only go to your direct director, but also perhaps your director general, your ADM, or perhaps even the deputy minister. So that's a very important piece. It extends protection to former public servants and government contractors and all those involved in disclosure, Madam Speaker. That's very important to me as a former public servant, that were I called into an investigation, that I would have protection under this legislation. It expands the deadline to file a reprisal complaint from 60 days to 1 year. And I think that's also very important, Madam Speaker, as we know, vindication is not always swift. Sometimes these actions can take time, and so the fact that there is a six-fold greater time frame for this, I think, is of much comfort to many public servants. It expands the annual report requirements to include the number of disclosures made by wrongdoing, the duration of all open cases and cases closed during the fiscal year, the distribution of cases by region, and the distribution of cases by federal departments and agencies. Of course, on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we love transparency, and so the more transparency that is provided to Canadians in result to those who have called into account their colleagues, the better. This legislation also, Madam Speaker, provides fines for reprisal against a whistleblower, which are increased from $10,000 to $200,000 for indictable offences and from $5,000 to $100,000 for summary convictions, Madam Speaker. And again, on this side of the House, we're always very pleased to see those who are determined to have been negligent and who have acted in wrongdoing get more than a slap on a wrist, as for example we saw the former finance minister paying only $200 for not declaring his French villa. So we're very pleased to see the increases in these fines, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I'm sure you are well aware, this the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act was first introduced through the Federal Accountability Act on April 11, 2006 by the then President of the Treasury Board, John Baird. And as my colleagues have alluded to, the initial Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act was in fact introduced under Prime Minister Harper in response to the Liberal sponsorship scandal. So certainly the scandal continues into the future under additional Liberal governments, but was also there at that time, and this legislation was a response. And I'll also note, Madam Speaker, that the Member of Parliament for Edmonton West was instrumental in the review in 2017 by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. He was absolutely instrumental in that review, along with the late Michael Daig, unfortunately, as well as Aaron Weir. So we're very grateful for their assessment of the legislation at that time. And as has been mentioned, it was expected that the government would implement these recommendations, but no action has been taken to this point and has not seemed to have been a priority of this government. And so I certainly do not blame the Member of Parliament for Mirabel for being proactive in presenting this legislation. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it is not the only case where we have seen that this government is too slow to act on important legislation. Madam Speaker, as Shadow Minister for Transport during the pandemic, I begged this government to come up with a plan for the airline sector. They were negligent in doing that, allowing the airlines to recover themselves. And in fact, this past spring and this past summer, when we saw that delays were severely impacting Canadians, they didn't even take responsibility for it at that time. Rather, their Minister of Transport blamed Canadians for still learning how to travel, when it was, in fact, their inaction with the plan as well as their mandates, which created this situation. So too little, too late. The pay-as-you-go model, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow we have the fall economic statement. And lo and behold, as of recent, we've heard the finance minister saying that, oh my goodness, for every dollar of new spending, you must now find a dollar of savings. Madam Speaker, our leader was well ahead of this, starting to talk about inflation 2 years ago and came up with the pay-as-you-go model long before this. He has in fact made it a commitment for Conservatives going into the next election, whenever that is, that under a Conservative government, there will be no new taxes, and that for every dollar of new spending, there must be a dollar of savings, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, another place where we saw the Liberals acting too little, too late was the Afghan interpreters and support staff. On July 23, 2021, the Taliban were sweeping across Afghanistan and closing in on Kabul. Then Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship announced a special immigration program to bring Afghans and their families who work directly with Canada safely to our country. At the time, he said, lives hang in the balance, which is why we're taking timely and decisive action to support the Afghans who supported Canada. A year later, those Afghans were still desperate for timely and decisive action that was promised, Madam Speaker. And not only did the Minister of Immigration fail to act quickly, but was ending the special immigration measures after only 18,000 applications were received. Passports, Madam Speaker, was another area where we saw this government act with too little effort, too late, as thousands of Canadians were denied passports. We heard horror stories in the media, Madam Speaker, of Canadians camping out overnight, sleeping outside passport offices in an effort to get their documents, Madam Speaker. And certainly, last but not least, the position of Ombudsman for Victims of Crime was left vacant for almost a year. Finally, someone is appointed in September of this year. So, Madam Speaker, this is not new that we have seen Liberals replete with inaction, and that it is other members of the House must find within themselves to find legislation to help Canadians, and that certainly is the case here. Madam Speaker, I will point out that as indicated by the history of protecting whistleblowers on this side of the House, this government has actually been the greatest perpetrators against whistleblowers, Madam Speaker. Yes, that's right. We all remember, of course, Jody Wilson-Raybould. And in August 2019, there came the report yesterday, and for the second time in just 4 years, the Ethics Commissioner found the Prime Minister guilty of violating the Conflict of Interest Act in connection with his role in the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal. The Prime Minister directly and through his senior officials used various means to exert influence over Ms. Wilson-Raybould. The authority of the Prime Minister and his office was used to circumvent, undermine, and ultimately attempt to discredit the decision of the Director of Public Prosecution, as well as the authority of Ms. Wilson-Raybould as the Crown's Chief Law Officer. Sounds really familiar to a couple of things we're seeing in that House right now, Madam Speaker. And of course, who can forget the tragedy of Vice Admiral, Mark Norman. He is admirable. Thank you very much to the member from Carleton Trail. Thank you. The Crown stated its charges in breach of trust against Vice Admiral Mark Norman, citing that there was no reasonable prospect of conviction in this case. The Minister of Defense announced that the government would pay his legal fees, a small consolation prize. Norman served as the Vice Chief of Defense Staff until his suspension of January 2017. There was overwhelming evidence at the time that the Prime Minister and his Liberal government politically interfered in this case and tried to destroy Vice Admiral Mark Norman. As the prosecution made clear, the documents Prime Minister and the Liberals were fighting to keep secret from them, and Vice Admiral Norman were the very documents that caused the charges to be dropped. This strongly suggests that the government was deliberately suppressing the evidence in order to maintain a bogus and politically motivated prosecution on Vice Admiral Mark Norman. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I will say that this government has a notorious history, as I've indicated, of just doing too little, too late. And this is another case. This government has silenced whistleblowers. This is the side of the House where we have always stood up for whistleblowers. The legislation proves it. Our track record proves it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
In debate, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as pleased as I am to join the debate this evening to speak on Bill C-230, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, I'm sad that I have to be doing that from my home. I've had to come back to the unceded lands of the Sishad and Hupachesit and the homelands of the Nuu-chah-nulth people to attend the funeral of the Tloquit chief Muchinink, Bruce Frank, who suddenly passed on Sunday. And I'll be traveling through his Hahutli, his territory, tonight to join his family and his community. And I will bring greetings from all of us from Ottawa and condolences to his people. It's a very sad time for people in our communities and for all Nuu-chah-nulth people, as he was a great man who loved his Mushkwim, his people. I want to thank the honourable member of Mirabel for bringing forward this bill and prompting this important discussion. It's very important, and I really appreciate his work in doing this. You know, Madam Speaker, when the new Conservative leader, he was the member from Carleton, was a minister under the Harper government, he brought forth legislation. He repeatedly said that he would offer, quote, ironclad protection for whistleblowers in the federal public service. But instead, Madam Speaker, after 15 years in force, it's clear that this law hasn't been, it's been a complete failure. So, I'm going to talk about David Hutton. He was a whistleblower protection expert and senior fellow at the Center for Free Expression at Toronto Metropolitan University. He recently wrote in the Hill Times that, quote, after studying this system closely for the past 15 years, I've come to believe that it was never intended to protect whistleblowers. It does not look like a regrettable accident resulting in an ineffective system. In reality, it functions as a highly effective, finely tuned, offensive weapon against whistleblowers. It lures them into a trap where their disclosures of wrongdoing are disregarded and buried forever. The promises of protection made to them prove to be false, and their efforts to obtain justice place them on a treadmill of endless, costly, and ultimately fruitless rigged processes, end quote. So, Madam Speaker, indeed, after 15 years, the results of Canada's whistleblower regime speaks for itself. The Office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner has found a mere 18 cases of wrongdoing out of more than 1,500 disclosures from whistleblowers. And while 500 whistleblowers have submitted complaints of reprisals, the tribunal set up to address these complaints has never once awarded a remedy. In another article, David Hutton wrote, he said, quote, there have been no happy endings for whistleblowers who nearly always lose their job, their career, and their livelihood, end quote. The failure of this law doesn't just cost whistleblowers, though, it costs all of us when wrongdoings and mismanagement are allowed to continue unchecked. We see this all the time, Madam Speaker, in procurement and the failure for whistleblowers to be able to come forward. And, I'll cite one, the disastrous Phoenix Pay system that was supposed to save money, but it's resulted in at least $2.4 billion in unexpected costs so far. It's an example of what can happen when there's a culture of fear in the public service. And this started under the Conservatives, and it's carried on by the federal Liberals. This is unacceptable. And the culture of fear is reflected in the Office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner's own findings. In March 2022, the office published a report it commissioned entitled Exploring the Culture of Whistleblowing and the Fear of Reprisal in the Federal Public Sector, end quote. Now, this report was based on focus groups drawn from a selection of departments, and it echoed the findings of similar surveys conducted in 2011 and 2015. Now, this latest report found that the fear of reprisals remains a major concern in the federal public service. Like, no kidding, eh? It also contained some other concerning findings, including one, that most workers and managers surveyed did not know of the office's existence at all, Madam Speaker. There is an increasing disillusionment. Secondly, Madam Speaker, that there is an increasing disillusionment and cynicism about whistleblowing. And third, increased activity around whistleblowing, like awareness raising and education, is seen mainly as window dressing instead of actual change. I mean, we could make a long list here, Madam Speaker. but I'll continue. It's disappointing to read these findings in 2022, as the need for change in how we deal with whistleblowers has been well known for years. There are serious deficiencies in the existing Act, including a narrow definition of wrongdoing and a focus on procedures for dealing with allegations rather than protecting whistleblowers. So in 2017, the Standing Committee of Government Operations and Estimates tabled a unanimous report recommending sweeping changes to the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. Now, this report was prepared actually at the request of the Treasury Board to fulfill the requirement for a statutory review that should have been conducted 5 years earlier. Sounds familiar, eh? Because it's been 5 years since, and the government has not implemented the legislative changes the committee recommended. And we heard my colleague, from Mirabel talk about it earlier. Now, instead, in the most recent federal budget, the government committed $2.4 million over 5 years for Treasury Board of Canada Secretary to launch a new review of the Act. Now, this is a positive development to see the federal government finally acknowledge the need for legislative reform. But I'm concerned whether this genuine, there's like truly genuine political will to move forward and make real changes, or if this is simply a face-saving exercise. Because, Madam Speaker, as the member from Mirabel talked about, the government didn't even start this until Friday, just as this bill comes up for debate. And it really reminds me, Madam Speaker, of how the government acts suddenly when bills come up, private members' bills, like my bill, C-216 on substance use, that, the government did nothing on the province of BC's request for an exemption for people that have small possession of substances to carry them and not be criminally charged. And they announced that BC's exemption gets granted the day before the vote on my bill. So, I mean, it's just all too familiar. I've seen this happen a lot. So I'll get back to this bill and this latest review that was, likely prompted by a 2021 analysis by the International Bar Association that compared countries with whistleblower protection laws and ranked Canada as tied for last place. This isn't an international embarrassment. And it's about transparency and trust, Madam Speaker, and it's a clear call for action. Yet, in September, Canada failed to send any representatives to an international labor organization meeting to discuss the protection of whistleblowers in the public sector. So surely some helpful information could have been gleaned from this meeting to inform the government's new review. They could have gained a lot. Now, again, I'm glad that the member for Mirabel has brought forward this bill, which acknowledges the failure of the current act and will hopefully help generate momentum for much needed change. My office has engaged with public sector unions regarding the bill, and the general sentiment is this is a step in the right direction, but further changes will be required to truly protect whistleblowers and the Canadian public. The bill does not address all of the recommendations made by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in 2017. However, it does propose some significant improvements that are worth noting. And the bill, would expand protections to more people, including contractors and former employees, and cover more types of wrongdoing, including political interference. And I believe this bill has merit and should proceed to committee where members can hear from public service workers and experts and see if there are opportunities for amendments that could offer more protection for whistleblowers. Now, I'll note that I don't believe the Treasury Board's new review of the Act should preclude moving forward with improvements now. It is not clear when this review might be completed, but it's clear Canada's whistleblower protection regime is broken and in desperate need of reform to protect brave public service workers who disclose wrongdoings and the Canadian public. And I see, Madam Speaker, I've only got a minute left. So in 2015, the Liberals promised transparency, and that would be a hallmark of their government. But that promise has fallen to the wayside, just like the Conservatives, Madam Speaker. And under the frequent cloud of scandal, I question whether the government is truly motivated to improve protections for whistleblowers who could shine a light on government wrongdoing or mismanagement of public funds. So again, I want to thank the member for Mirabel for bringing this bill forward, and I look forward to engaging in further debate on this issue. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Any self-respecting country must have the means to ensure that public money is used wisely and not misappropriated or used for cronyism. After the sponsorship scandal, Stephen Harper's government put in place legislation to protect public servants who blow the whistle. It's important to remember that the sponsorship scandal was only uncovered because of a whistleblower known as La Chouette, or the Owl. We had to go to court to keep this person's identity secret. And without this individual, it's very likely that the sponsorship scandal would never have become public knowledge. It's even possible that sponsorships would still be going on today if this individual had not disclosed the information that led to the Gomery Commission and its findings. This scandal alone cost taxpayers $250 million. Imagine what the total would be today if it weren't for La Chouette. It's a colossal amount of money, and that's taxpayers' money. So to encourage public servants who witness bad practices within government, a law was passed to protect them. But does that law really protect them? No. There are shortcomings in the legislation, and that's why my colleague, the member for Mirabel, introduced Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. So, I intend to remind everyone about the purpose of the legislation and give a short list of the reasons and a demonstration proving that the current act is almost useless, and then a brief explanation of the changes that Bill C-290 would usher in. The act had two purposes. One, to protect public servants who disclose wrongdoing, and secondly, to establish a process for investigating such wrongdoing in order to help put an end to it. Let me be crystal clear here. Public servants, the vast majority of them, are basically honest. It just takes one rotten apple with questionable practices for the reputation of all public servants to be dragged through the mud. So if there is an individual, they have to be found and called out, because all public servants suffer the consequences of a bad reputation. Public servants are aware of all this, but there are some people in our society, as in any society, who really don't care about these things. Perhaps they feel untouchable, undetectable, and fortunately, these people form a very small minority among the hundreds of thousands of honest public servants, but they have no scruples about embezzling taxpayers' hard-earned money for their own benefit or for what they think is best. The highly hierarchical system, the code of silence and competition made and probably still make honest public servants keep quiet despite knowing what a colleague or a superior is doing violates ethical and even legal limits. They did and they still do keep quiet for fear of retaliation, such as pressures in the workplace that make it a toxic workplace. Some people get sick or resign rather than facing these situations head on. And I have heard of public servants who wanted to blow the whistle and they experienced these reprisals and ended up resigning. The 2007 Act was necessary to protect the people who work for the public at large, but it also had to be written in such a way that workplaces did not become environments where everyone suspects everyone else of wrongdoing. A balance had to be struck. However, in trying to strike the right balance, the legislation that was enacted had very little impact and was not very functional. When I was a teacher and we had to implement new rules at school, the first question I always had was, is this enforceable? Because you can have a rule, you can have the best intentions in the world, but if you can't enforce it, if there are no consequences, well, people aren't fooled. They figure that out. They find the cracks. They're always pushing the limits. And it's the same thing with this piece of legislation. This act was passed, but if you're going to have this type of legislation, people have to know that there are consequences and that it will be enforced. So that's the problem with this current act. So here's a demonstration. In 15 years, the Office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner has officially handled only 8 cases. None of those cases resulted in whistleblower protection or an investigation into the wrongdoing. In addition, the International Bar Association has compiled some 50 laws on whistleblower protection, and it did a ranking of the countries with the best protections for whistleblowers. There were 20 factors, and Canada only ticks one of the 20 boxes that we have a piece of legislation. That's it. That's the only box we tick. Canada's behind Rwanda, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and many others. Canada should really follow the example of countries with best practices like the EU, the US, and Australia. And my colleagues mentioned this on the Government Operations Committee. We did a study in 2017, I believe it was, or 2007, and there were 15 recommendations the committee made. None of those have been followed. And my colleague's bill would breathe life into that report and allow public servants to be truly protected. The act would have real teeth. So here's the fixes that C-290 provides for. Teeth. The act would have real teeth. And in order to do this, the bill proposes a series of measures, and I won't recite them all here right now. I did a comparison column by column, what was changed, what was added. So it took hours. So I'm going to spare you. I only have 10 minutes. So I'll try to be very brief. I could see my colleagues gaping at the prospect of me itemizing all the changes. But here's the summary. The bill expands the definition of wrongdoing. In the original, it said serious wrongdoing. Well, what does serious mean? It's a bit ambiguous because the interpretation can vary from one person to the next. Personally, I like the expression, he who steals an egg steals an ox. So no matter what the misappropriation is, no matter how small it is, it's a misappropriation. It's serious in my mind, no matter how small. But the act didn't define serious. So as far as I'm concerned, any misappropriation is a serious one. There's no such thing as a little misappropriation. They're all big in my mind. Does everyone think like me, though? There's also the notion of political interference in the definition. And then there's a bit of an incongruity because if it's a serious misappropriation under the current legislation, the department has to investigate itself. C-290 would change that because if someone does something wrong, they don't get to investigate their own conduct. The police do it or someone independent. So the current legislation calls on the department to investigate itself. I have a bit of a problem with that. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, to rebuild the public's trust in government, in public servants, the government and public servants must be exemplary. And in order to be exemplary, the people who work for government must feel confident enough to blow the whistle if they see something unethical, unaccountable, or unlawful. And the legislation should have consequences. It should not just include public servants, it should also include retired public servants and subcontractors and contractors who've witnessed wrongdoing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour
The time for private members' business is now up, and the item falls to the bottom of the order paper. Order.
Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
My constituents continue to vocalize their concerns regarding Baffinland's Phase 2 proposal to the Mary River project. This government continues to ignore their concerns on impacts to the wildlife and surrounding environment. This government will have to decide whether it will listen to the recommendations made by the Nunavut Impact Review Board or do what it is good at and ignore the wishes of Nunavummiut. The decision will impact thousands of Nunavummiut, more directly the 5 communities of Pond Inlet, Clyde River, Arctic Bay, Igloolik, and Sanagayak. Since time immemorial, the land has provided communities with the resources they need to survive. Inuit way of life is threatened if Phase 2 is approved, against the wishes of the hunters and trappers organizations. They risk losing their rights to hunt and pass on their culture to their children and grandchildren. On September 22, the Minister of Northern Affairs approved a nearly 2 million ton increase of shipping iron ore. This increase was discouraged by the Nunavut Impact Review Board for over 2 years. Disappointingly, the minister chose to support private business interests over addressing the calls for mitigating current damages caused by Baffinland. The government has an obligation to uphold the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. This agreement that supports and upholds the Indigenous rights must not be a secondary thought. Jobs are important, but in a committee meeting, Moses Kunak of Pond Inlet said it best. I quote, "I'm not worried about gaining money, but I worry about the wildlife because that's our food. That's our way of life too," end quote. All levels of government are not recognizing the skills and expertise that Inuit have. Instead, the government are limiting Inuit employability to superficial job description requirements. Inuit are forced to rely on employment from industries who have allowed ongoing damage to our lands. If the land is no longer healthy enough to support families, conditions will worsen and people's livelihoods are on the line. I will echo the question of Elder Rhoda Angnakadlak, also of Pond Inlet, and others who have attended the Nunavut Impact Review Board hearings. Many have asked, and I'll quote Rhoda Angnakadlak, "Has the federal government already made up their mind, or will they properly consult with Inuit organizations regarding the Mary River project?" End quote.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her important question. I want to emphasize that our government shares the member's concern that Nunavummiut can meaningfully participate in impact assessment processes. This is a responsibility of the Nunavut Impact Review Board, an independent arm's-length body established through the Nunavut Agreement to ensure that the interests of all Nunavummiut are protected. On May 13th, the independent Nunavut Impact Review Board submitted their report on the Baffinland Iron Mines Mary River Phase 2 project. We thank them for their important work and all Northern Indigenous partners for their participation in the NIRB process. I note that prior to the Nunavut Impact Review Board's May 13th Phase 2 recommendations, the Minister of Northern Affairs traveled to Pond Inlet, Nunavut, in August of last year and met with the community, project proponents, the designated Inuit organization, the Qikiqtawni Inuit Association, and the Mi'kmaq Hunters and Trappers Organization. Northern Affairs also provides funding to partners to participate in reviews of this nature. Since 2018, through Northern Participant Funding Program, Northern Affairs has approved financial support to 13 organizations involved in a Phase 2 review, with a total funding amount of just over $2 million. This funding has helped ensure the meaningful participation of North Baffin Inuit and other interested parties in the Phase 2 review process. I want to assure the member that the Government of Canada relies on this agreed-to process to assess the impacts of proposals such as the Mary River Phase 2 development. The Nunavut Impact Review Board review process helps ensure that resource projects create economic opportunity, protect the environment, and respect Inuit rights. We know there is much attention on this particular project, and during the decision phase, parties wanting to share their opinions on the board's recommendation should contact the President of the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Our government will continue to work in partnership in creating employment opportunities through sustainable economic development, benefiting Nunavummiut and all Canadians. Building on past budgets, Budget 2022 proposes to provide $15 million over 5 years, starting in 2022-2023, to support Indigenous economic development in the North. I know that the Minister works closely with territorial and Inuit partners and all communities in Nunavut to make sure their interests and rights are protected. Our work continues to be guided by the values and principles of the Inuit-Nunangat policy, strengthening Inuit-Crown partnership through meaningful collaboration. This policy was co-developed with the Inuit-Crown Partnership Committee and was endorsed earlier this year in April in a meeting of this committee, co-chaired by the Prime Minister and the President of the ITK. Madam Speaker, our government remains committed to working with the Honourable Member of Nunavut in protecting these interests. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
As stipulated in Section 5.7.3 of the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, the Hunters and Trappers Associations organizations in Nunavut have an essential responsibility to regulate and manage harvesting in their communities. I say this again, they protect harvesting rights in Nunavut. This Liberal government has consistently refused to meet with impacted hunters and trappers organizations regarding the impacts of the current project and the implications of approving Phase 2. With such an important role HTOs have in feeding their communities, I must ask again, did the ministers meet directly with the HTOs after the Nunavut Impact Review Board made its recommendation to reject Phase 2?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. And I'm really happy that the member opposite has raised this issue. As I mentioned earlier, and I just want to reiterate, prior to the Nunavut Impact Review Board's May 13th Phase 2 recommendation, the Minister of Northern Affairs did travel to Pond Inlet, Nunavut. It was in August of last year, and met with the community, project proponents, the designated Inuit Qikiqtani Inuit Association, but in specific answer to the question, also the Mitimataluk Hunters and Trappers Organization. So there was actually a visit in August of last year. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Recently, I rose during question period on behalf of Bonnie, a constituent who lives in a remote part of my riding. Bonnie and her husband are seniors living on a fixed income of $25,000 a year. Bonnie had just learned her oil bill this winter will be over $2,000, almost triple last year. So I asked the government why they weren't cutting the taxes fueling energy inflation. As is often the case in this House, when asked about taxes or inflation, the government's only answer is climate change, which confirms what the Conservatives have been saying for years. The carbon tax is not an environmental policy, it's a tax policy. But that wasn't all the minister said in response to Bonnie's predicament. The minister said higher energy prices were needed to address the existential threat to humanity. This belief in a climate apocalypse is a dangerous delusion. It's one thing for juvenile delinquents to throw food at priceless works of art and justify their actions with climate change, but it's another when a government itself is delusional. This should terrify Canadians like Bonnie. The Liberals have already declared their ends justify any means when it came to the Freedom Convoy. If this government truly believes its carbon tax is saving the world, saving humanity, well then what's it to them if senior citizens freeze to death this winter? Of course, the carbon tax saving the world is nonsense. Humanity has witnessed sea levels rise by hundreds of meters. Our forebears spread to every corner of the world using stone tools. Yet somehow this government believes a 2-meter change in sea level over 60 years spells the extinction of the human race. Emissions reductions require thoughtful policy that balances the interests of post-industrial economics, industrial economies, and developing economies. Conservatives have argued that Canada, having a small size, we can maximize our efforts by focusing on replacing coal with natural gas. And Canada can lead developing new technologies such as carbon capture and small modular reactors. The best part of those policies is it doesn't leave people like Bonnie freezing over the winter. The problem with calling it a climate emergency is that it can be used to feed greed through a carbon tax. We saw how this government crushed civil liberties such as the right to due process when it declared a public order emergency because of illegally parked trucks. What rights are they willing to lock down to stop their climate emergency fantasy? History is full of examples of good, decent people doing horrible things because the end was near. Our culture has even had an expression for those people. We say they drank the Kool-Aid. Well, this government has been binge drinking the green Kool-Aid. They have embraced the myth of climate change apocalypse with a cult-like zealotry. It's this type of extremism driving the polarization in our country. If you don't sign on to the leftist narrative, you're attacked as a denier and a conspiracist. It doesn't matter if you believe climate change is measured in millions of years. It doesn't matter if you support reducing global emissions. If you don't support making energy unaffordable for the most vulnerable, you're shunned by the cult. Through you, Madam Speaker, does the government's parliamentary secretary agree with the minister that climate change will lead to the extinction of the human race? And if she really believes that, can she tell us exactly how many seniors they're willing to see freeze to death this winter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to address the issue of inflation because the elevated inflation Canada is experiencing now, and frankly, in the rest of the world, is a major issue for all Canadians. We do understand that Canadians continue to experience higher costs of living and that many are struggling to make ends meet. However, it is important to remember that inflation is a global phenomenon. It's a lingering result of the COVID pandemic that's been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine and by the snarled supply chains that are affecting people and businesses around the world. And while Canada's inflation rate is less severe, 6.9%, than that of many of our peers, like the United States, 8.2%, the United Kingdom, 10.1%, and Germany, 10%, we appreciate that this will continue to be a difficult time for a lot of Canadians. While it's not a made-in-Canada problem, we do have a made-in-Canada solution to help those that need it the most. We're moving forward with our affordability plan, which includes targeted measures worth $12.1 billion. For example, Madam Speaker, now that Bill C-30 has received royal assent, individuals and families receiving the GST credit will receive an additional support starting actually this week. And with Bill C-31, we are proposing to create the Canada Dental Benefit for children under 12 in families with annual incomes under $90,000 who do not have access to a private dental plan. I am confident that the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke can appreciate the positive impacts our affordability measures are having on her constituents. And I would like to remember the House that all of these support measures are targeted and fiscally responsible. Now is not a time to pour unnecessary fuel on the flames of inflation. Now, when it comes to pollution pricing, we know that a national price on pollution is the most effective and least costly way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and that's why we moved forward with this system. Climate action is no longer a theoretical political debate. The reality is that it is an economic necessity. Most provinces have their own pollution pricing mechanisms. In the provinces where the federal backstop had to be applied, families get payments to offset the cost of the federal pollution pricing. And the reality is, most households are getting back more than they pay. Indeed, in the 4 provinces where the federal system applies, the climate action incentive payments means that a family of 4 will receive $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,101 in Saskatchewan, and $1,079 in Alberta. In addition, families in rural and small communities, like those living in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, are eligible to receive an extra 10%. This is putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians. Madam Speaker, this is important work, but I want to also highlight it is not the entire climate plan. It is one of the tools in the toolbox, and we are working hard on affordability and at the same time addressing climate change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, every cult needs a chorus, and it's such an irony that the Liberals would offer the line price on pollution. According to this climate cult, every word the Parliamentary Secretary just said was pollution. Nobody looks to a cult for consistency. If this government really thought carbon dioxide was pollution, it would never utter another word. Of course, cult leaders never hold themselves to the same standard they set for their followers. It's why this Prime Minister can fly to Tofino for a one-day vacation. It's the same climate hypocrisy which galls Canadians. In one carbon-spewing breath, they call it an existential threat. Then they'll turn around and fly hundreds of envirocrats and groupies to the next COP meeting at a human rights violating state. Can this parliamentary secretary tell us what number of climate cultists will we be paying to fly to Egypt's resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh to attend COP27 this year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure that most Canadians agree that taking action on climate change is important, not only from an environmental perspective, but as an economic necessity. However, if we're talking about economics too and affordability, there are good reasons for Canadians to be confident. Canada is already supporting those who need it the most with our affordability plan at the moment that they need it the most. And tomorrow afternoon, Madam Speaker, our colleague, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, will present the fall economic statement, which will lay out some of the steps our government will take towards a brighter future for our country. Looking forward to that presentation tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to come back to the need to urgently act on the housing crisis. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to understand why I'm coming back to this. First of all, because the number of people living unsheltered in my community have tripled in the last 3 years, from just over 300 to over 1,000. As well, homes continue to become less affordable. Dating back to 2005, for example, it used to be that house prices were 3 times average median income. Fast forward to today, and now they're 8 times as much, completely out of reach for the average person, while the wait list for a one-bedroom affordable unit is now almost 8 years. This housing crisis will continue to define my community as it already has, whether it's a young person, unsure if they'll ever be able to move out of their parents' place, a senior living on a fixed income, or a healthcare worker, as they continue to tell me that, a nurse I spoke with a few weeks ago who said, I'm not sure I'll be able to continue to live in our community at all. It's clear that across all levels of government, we need urgent action. At the federal level, that's both investing at the rates that are required to build the units we need, while also addressing the underlying conditions that have led us to this crisis. Because the fact is, homes should be places for people to live and not commodities for corporate investors to profiteer from. If you're some corporate investor, you want to make a bunch of money, go invest in the stock market, but don't do it on the backs of low-income folks in my community. Multiple studies show that one very reasonable measure that would help is to remove existing tax exemptions by one type of corporate investor, real estate investment trusts. Back in 1996, for example, these REITs didn't own any rental units across the country. Today, it's nearly 200,000. In fact, institutional investors across the country, they don't fully disclose the number of units, but we know it's somewhere between 20 to 30% of purpose-built rental housing stock. In my community and across the country, what we're seeing is these real estate investment trusts buy up affordable units, quickly raise rents, and then make it more difficult for renters to afford a place to call home. These corporate investors are in it not for what they can contribute, but for what they can take out, the largest return possible. So it seems pretty reasonable to tax them appropriately and to invest the funds in affordable housing. That's exactly what a motion I've put forward in this House, Motion 71, would do. When I last raised this motion with the Minister of Housing, the reply I got is that the governing party needs to study it more. Well, the good news is that the studies have already been done. It was done by the Office of the Federal Housing Advocate, recommended by them. There was another study by the Shift in their directives. Locally in my community, a study done by the Social Development Centre of Waterloo Region, and as a result, groups across the country, from Citizens for Public Justice, Canada Without Poverty, the alternative federal budget being proposed by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the National Right to Housing Network, all of which are making this same recommendation to remove this tax exemption from real estate investment trusts, and in the words of the motion, to then put the funds towards affordable units. And so my question is, knowing that the studies have already been done, knowing that civil society is recommending this change, will it be in the fall economic statement tomorrow? And if not, why not?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a pleasure to hear from other parties in the House who agree with us on the need to increase the number of housing units available and also increase affordability. This is something that all levels of government, the private sector, the not-for-profit sector as well, must be involved in to be able to make housing more affordable. There are too many people in Canada who are having a hard time paying for housing. They have a hard time finding housing that meets their needs and that provides the dignity of having a safe and affordable roof over their heads. There is just not enough supply to meet demand. The government set up a number of programs as part of the National Housing Strategy to increase the number of housing units available. But as my colleague highlighted, supply is only one of the factors that increases the price of housing. There's speculation, commercialization as well. There are increasing prices artificially, and that means that the prices are no longer related to the true value of the housing itself. And there's also the renoviction phenomenon, and that is why we have a yearly 1% tax on vacant properties that belong to non-Canadians and non-residents of Canada. That's also why we have adopted a legislation to prevent foreigners from purchasing property in Canada for 2 years. We want to make sure that housing is used for a purpose, which is to provide housing to people who need it. Earlier this year, we wanted to examine the assets that belong in the property market, and we wanted to see how many occupants also there are in housing in Canada, because we want to have measures to protect owners and renters. We want to also make the property purchasing process more open and transparent, and we want to have measures to fight illegal measures in the housing market, as well as measures for a quick resale, to ensure that quick resale and speculation is curbed. Madam Speaker, affordable housing is a priority for this government. It has been since the first time it was elected, and it will continue to be a priority. It was the cornerstone of our 2022 budget that proposed measures to deal with this problem under in all ways possible that could have an impact. I would like to thank my colleague for his question and for giving me the opportunity to talk about housing once again. This is a shared responsibility, and we all need to work together to ensure that all Canadians have access to affordable housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for her response. I think it's important to highlight again, what I'm raising here is not that the governing party is doing nothing. There is more nuance than that. What I'm raising is that the measures that are being put in place are insufficient. Again, I'll highlight, in my community, the number of people living unsheltered has tripled in the last 3 years, and so it's clear that more needs to be done. In her response, the Parliamentary Secretary again cited this study that's being done, and so I'd like to again highlight for her that others have already done the work. These studies have already been done, and in those studies, one of the obvious recommendations that I think parliamentarians from all parties could agree on is that these corporate investors should at least be paying their taxes. And that if they did, we could use those funds to invest in affordable units. Would she address that substance of the motion I've put forward on the floor of this House, or help understand why this is not being undertaken by the governing party?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for having repeated the fact that, yes, we do need to do more. That's exactly what we have committed to do. We are committed to take more action to make housing more affordable. The plans that we announced in the spring budget acknowledge the complexity of the problem by attacking it from many angles. We are going to increase supply. We are going to tackle financialization and speculation in the housing sector, and then some. We will continue to prioritize housing, just like we've done since our very first election to government. I'm happy to know that the member for Kitchener Centre shares our concern and interest in housing, and I hope we'll be able to count on the support of all members in this House when we continue to work together for a better and more equitable housing system.
Have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.